Chapter 3492. As Emperor Jianyi slashed out, the 9 different types of divine swords also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he activated the power in his body to the extreme. Boundless divine power was continuously channeled into various origin source secret techniques, allowing the origin source secret techniques to explode with the strongest power. Boom! The two of them collided again as various attacks were exchanged. This time, the sky was torn apart. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy fell to the ground. However, runes appeared on the ground, forming a huge formation that blocked all the attacks. This world had been modified by the people of the Taishu dynasty and Tianyi sacred dynasty. Runes and arrays were everywhere as they were afraid of being destroyed. The two of them fought intensely, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! Lu Ming's body retreated. A sword wound appeared on his shoulder and blood flowed out. His shoulder was almost chopped off. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? Then die today. Emperor Jianyi roared, and his fighting power was at its peak. A pair of wings appeared on his back. The wings were formed by sword chi, and they allowed his speed to reach a shocking level. The sword chi wings flapped and Emperor Jianyi turned into a ray of sword light. With terrifying sword pressure, he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. Then, Lu Ming retreated. It's indeed powerful. Emperor Jianyi's original spirit sword body has reached a terrifying level. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Looks like I don't have to use the primordial divine body to be Emperor Jianyi's match. Lu Ming muttered. Emperor Jianyi's power was absolutely terrifying. He was even stronger than Murongqiu Shui, whom he had met in the primordial divine world. When Lu Ming had defeated Murongqiu Shui, his cultivation was only in the 8th heaven of King God realm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the 9th heaven of the divine king realm, which was the same as Di Jianyi's. It could be said that he was not weaker than the top geniuses in terms of cultivation level. However, Di Jianyi was the first in history to be able to fight him to this extent. There had never been anyone who could fight with Lu Ming to such an extent. Lu Ming, I'll send you on your way. Emperor Jianyi's cold voice resounded as he slashed his sword down once again. The void shook like waves. Do you think that you're the only one who has cultivated the secret body constitution? Lu Ming stood in the air and his cold voice could be heard. At this moment, a drop of primordial divine blood in his heart was activated and seeped into his entire body. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar was emitted from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with endless power. Primordial divine blood. Wang! The tyrannical god spear shook vigorously and swept out. It turned into a resplendent spear light and collided with Di Jianyi's attack. Dong! This time, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles shook violently. It was as though a piece of paper was being blown by the wind. In the middle of the collision, there was a resplendent radiance that was like the sun. Then, a figure retreated. It was Emperor Jianyi. This time, Emperor Jianyi was the one who retreated. As for Lu Ming, his body only shook a little. You still have a trump card? How is that possible? This time, Emperor Jianyi couldn't stay calm. His eyes opened wide as he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had more trump cards than him. How was that possible? He had never come across such a situation before. Do you still have a trump card? Use all of them. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He stepped on wind destroyer boots and charged towards Emperor Jianyi like a ray of light. I don't believe it. Emperor Jianyi bellowed and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought fiercely again. This time, the two of them went all out and didn't hold back any trump cards. The two of them fought fiercely. However, Emperor Jianyi was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating. He was no match for him. Although his primordial spirit sword body was strong, it was still a far cry from Lu Ming's primitive divine body. Bam! Emperor Jiani was swept by the spear radiance and his body almost exploded. Many of his bones were broken. He retreated and spat out blood. Heaven's sword wheel. Emperor Jiani bellowed. The stone sword in his hand flew out and formed a sword wheel with the other 9 divine swords of different attributes. Then, it charged towards Lu Ming. The sword wheel rotated at a shocking speed and it could crush everything. Dang! Lu Ming waved his heavenly sword and hit the sword wheel. The sword wheel shook violently and flew out. Emperor Jiani, you will definitely lose today. Lu Ming said coldly, and the heavenly sword continued to attack. Emperor Jiani bellowed and controlled the sword wheel to block with all his might. Dang! 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 Terrifying vibrations could be heard continuously. In an instant, Lu Ming had attacked more than 10 times. In the end, the sword wheel couldn't take it anymore and it exploded. The 9 divine swords of different attributes exploded and disappeared. Cracks had also appeared on the surface of the stone sword. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his sword again, hitting the stone combat sword. This time, the stone combat sword shattered. Emperor Jiani shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth as he retreated. Lu Ming stepped out and chased after Emperor Jiani. The spear radiance wreaked havoc as though it was going to pierce the sky. Emperor Jiani kept flashing and wanted to dodge. However, he was still one step too slow. He was swept by the spear radiance and one of his arms exploded. Emperor Jiani bellowed and didn't continue to fight. He turned into a sword light and flew far away. He wanted to escape. Emperor Jiani felt humiliated and his heart was filled with murderous intent. In a battle between peers, he had never had such an experience. Escape? In a battle between peers, he had never thought of escaping. However, this time around, he had lost. He had lost completely. If he didn't leave, he would die here. He had to leave. He firmly believed that he would become stronger in the future and he would kill Lu Ming. Want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he was filled with murderous intent. He had to kill Emperor Jiani. Previously, Emperor Jiani had launched a sneak attack on him and wanted to steal his origin ancient word. Since they were enemies, he couldn't be left alive. In actual fact, Lu Ming wasn't a narrow-minded person and he wasn't a greedy person. Even if he came across other people who had origin ancient word, he wouldn't take the initiative to steal it. If others could get it, it would be his opportunity. However, if others wanted to kill him and steal his origin ancient word, it would be a different story. Lu Ming chased after Emperor Jiani at a shocking speed. The tyrant god's spear stabbed continuously and the sky was filled with resplendent spear radiance. Emperor Jiani turned into a sword light and dodged continuously. However, he was severely injured and his speed was greatly affected. He couldn't dodge at all. After dodging over 10 moves, he was finally swept by a spear radiance and his lower body exploded. Of course, at their level, their vitality was very tenacious. Even so, Emperor Jiani was still escaping at a shocking speed. Chapter 3493. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he chased after Di Jiani. This part of the sky was originally covered by densely packed iron-devouring bugs. However, the battle between Lu Ming and Di Jiani earlier was too intense. The terrifying force swept in all directions. Countless iron-devouring bugs were engulfed by the force of the two of them and turned into ashes. Now, the sky was empty. Di Jiani's speed was shocking and he flew out a few thousand miles in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. With the combination of 9 Heaven Kunpeng skill and Wind Destroyer boots, he turned into a streamer and quickly approached Di Jiani. His tyrant god spear shook and there were dozens of spear lights that pierced through the void towards Di Jiani, sealing off all of Di Jiani's escape routes. With a bang, another spear light hit Di Jiani's body. Only half of his body was left and his body exploded. In the end, only his head was left and it flew forward. He had not given up and was still struggling. His willpower was shockingly firm. In this aspect, he was very similar to Lu Ming. Until the last moment, he would definitely not give up. Die. Lu Ming quickly closed in and a mountain-like spear light pressed down on Di Jiani. Rumble. The huge spear light completely covered Di Jiani's head. He had nowhere to run. When the spear landed, he would definitely die. However, at that moment, there was a resplendent radiance in between Di Jiani's eyebrows. Lu Ming saw that there was a word, sword, in between Di Jiani's eyebrows and it was shining with radiance. Then, a terrifying sword light burst out from the word, sword, and swept across the sky. It was extremely terrifying and it slashed Lu Ming's spear light. It caused Lu Ming's spear light to shake violently and then it was slashed into two. Lu Ming's face changed and he quickly retreated. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating a few thousand miles away. On his chest, there was an additional sword wound. It was so deep that his bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Di Jiani turned into a sword light and with a few flashes, he disappeared. Damn it! Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had never expected that at the crucial moment, the origin ancient word, sword, would actually unleash such a terrifying attack that repelled Lu Ming and allowed Emperor Jiani to escape. How can someone else's origin ancient characters be so powerful? Lu Ming mumbled, feeling extremely envious. Take him for example. Although he had two origin ancient characters, like the battle character, he was completely passive and could only unleash several times his battle prowess. However, he would never attack on his own. As for the quantification formula, it was even more so. This sentence was heard by the quantifying formula. Immediately, the quantifying formula cried out, "Kid, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'm so angry. Let me tell you, there are different types of origin ancient characters. That sword character focuses on offense, and its offensive power is unparalleled. It's normal for it to take the initiative to attack. As for me, I'm a support type. I can store divine power, but can the other origin ancient characters do the same? I can refine energy to increase your cultivation speed. Can the other ancient characters do the same? Without me, would your cultivation progress be so fast?" The quantifying formula cried out unhappily. Lu Ming was speechless and quickly admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death by the quantifying formula. However, he felt that it was a pity that Emperor Jiani had escaped. He had to admit that Emperor Jiani was extremely terrifying. Among all the enemies that he had encountered in his life, he was the most terrifying one. He had great luck, improved at a godly speed, and his battle prowess was even more shocking. He had given Lu Ming quite a bit of pressure. If he didn't die today, he would definitely become even more terrifying in the future. He would be a great opponent for Lu Ming. If I can defeat you today, I will naturally be able to defeat you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes were filled with strong confidence. If he could defeat Emperor Jiani now, he would definitely be able to defeat Emperor Jiani in the future. Moreover, the gap between him and Emperor Jiani would only increase. This was his confidence. This was a kind of invincible confidence. Immediately after, Lu Ming's body flashed and returned to the peak of the mountain. The promotion jade token was still there. After the battle between him and Emperor Jiani, no one dared to go near the area. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the promotion jade token. After keeping the promotion jade token, Lu Ming waited quietly. There were a total of 16 promotion jade tokens. As long as the 16 promotion jade tokens were obtained, the array of this world would be activated and send them out. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for too long. After about a day, runes suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a light pillar enveloped Lu Ming. He felt his body sway and he left the place. In the next moment, he appeared in midair. He looked around and realized that he had already appeared in midair above the square in Taishu Sage capital. Around him, figures appeared continuously. They were the supreme talents of the Taishu dynasty and Tianyi sacred dynasty. However, the number of people was much less than when they had entered. Obviously, many people had died in the battle. Emperor Jiani. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw Emperor Jiani's figure not far away. At this moment, Emperor Jiani had already formed a body. However, his face was pale and his aura was weak. He also saw Lu Ming and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed his murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Emperor Jiani. However, it was obviously impossible. The Saint King, Crown Prince, and the rest were all here. It was unrealistic. Why is Lu Ming not dead? At this moment, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor also stared at Lu Ming and were extremely surprised. Especially the Imperial Advisor, he was roaring in his heart and was unable to restrain his anger. Lu Ming was actually not dead. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jiani didn't find him? They were well aware of Di Jiani's abilities. They felt that given Di Jiani's abilities, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Ming without a doubt. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming was actually not dead. Then, they looked at Emperor Jiani and realized that Emperor Jiani's aura was extremely weak and he looked like he had been severely injured. Could it be that Lu Ming had injured Emperor Jiani? Their hearts trembled and they shook their heads frantically. Impossible. Emperor Jiani's strength was definitely extremely terrifying. Although he was in the 9th heaven of the Divine King realm, those few supreme talents in the Sir God realm might not be Emperor Jiani's match. They even thought that among the younger generation in the Taishu dynasty, there was no one who could be Emperor Jiani's match. However, Emperor Jiani was injured. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jiani was unlucky and encountered a Sir God realm wild beast? The Imperial Advisor thought to himself. In the world that Lu Ming and the rest had just entered, there were extremely terrifying wild beasts. Not only were there Sir God realm wild beasts, there were also Sir God realm wild beasts. Although there were very few Sir God realm wild beasts, there were still some. If one was unlucky, one would encounter one. Then, they could only comfort themselves that Emperor Jiani was injured because he had encountered a Sir God realm wild beast. They were unwilling to believe that he was injured by Lu Ming. Emperor Jiani was a person with great luck. He had obtained many fortuitous encounters and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor had spent a large amount of resources to help Emperor Jiani cultivate. How could Lu Ming improve so quickly? Chapter 3494. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the others, and different thoughts flashed through their minds. There are a lot fewer people. Many of them have disappeared. Indeed, Lin Ke has also disappeared. It seems that he has died inside. Most likely, he was killed by the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It must be. What a pity that a genius of a generation has fallen. Many people sighed. As for Lin Ke's family, their faces were pale. It was simply unacceptable. The Crown Prince's face was also extremely ugly. Lin Ke had pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince. With such talent, he would definitely be a great general under the Crown Prince in the future. Unfortunately, he had died. For the Crown Prince, it was also a huge loss. Who among you has obtained an advancement token? Step forward. All of you, land on the fighting ring below. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Then, one by one, figures stepped forward and landed below. In the middle of the square below, there was a huge fighting ring. One by one, figures landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming also moved and landed on the fighting ring. The people of the Taishu dynasty were fighting together, and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were standing together. There were exactly 16 people from the two sides combined. Everyone's eyes fell on the 16 of them. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had 9 people. Many people's hearts trembled. There were a total of 16 people. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had 9 people. The people of the Taishu dynasty had ugly expressions, but the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were overjoyed. Impossible. The one who was the most shocked was the Taishu Saint Emperor. He suddenly stood up and stared at a young man in the air. He roared, "Hao Qianchen, how could you not have obtained an advancement token?" The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at a young man in a purple robe. This young man in a purple robe was called Hao Qianchen. Almost everyone in the Taishu dynasty knew him because he was the leader of the 9 great generals and was known as the top genius of the Taishu dynasty. It was said that his cultivation had reached the Divine Lord realm long ago, and his strength was unfathomable. With his strength, it was very easy for him to obtain an advancement token. Now, why was he eliminated? Not only the Taishu Saint Emperor, but the people of the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty also looked at Hao Qianchen curiously. Hao Qianchen's face was a little pale, and his aura was a little weak. Clearly, he was injured. Could it be that he had already fought with someone and lost? Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, I apologize. My luck was poor and I ran into an extremely strong Divine Lord Realm desolate beast. I was entangled by that desolate beast and was even injured. I was lucky enough to escape, so I didn't have the time to take the advancement token. Hao Qianchen explained helplessly. So that was how it was. Many people were moved. Hao Qianchen did not lose to someone else, but his luck was bad. He encountered an extremely terrifying desolate beast and was injured by it. Ha ha ha, Brother Jing, looks like your luck is not good. Looks like I'm the winner of this competition. You won't get the soul-cultivating flower. Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed loudly. Damn it. The Great Void Saint Emperor clenched his fists tightly. His face was extremely gloomy. Hao Qianchen was the key to this competition. As the top sky pride of the Taishu dynasty, he was eliminated in the first round. This had a huge impact on the outcome of the competition. It could be said that without Hao Qianchen, the Taishu dynasty was almost certain to lose. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be? The Great Void Saint Emperor roared in his heart. Hao Qianchen was an unparalleled sky pride that the royal family had secretly nurtured. The Great Void Saint Emperor placed great importance on this competition. He had invested a lot of resources on these sky prides so that they could win this competition and obtain the soul-cultivating flower. As long as he could obtain the soul-cultivating flower, he could live for another half a stellar year. With this time, anything was possible. He might even be able to break through and reach the next realm. However, without the soul-cultivating flower, he really could not live for long. He did not have much lifespan left. With Hao Qianchen eliminated, his hopes were dashed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. The heavens and earth were filled with a terrifying pressure. Many people broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. The Great Void Saint Emperor's strength was too terrifying. Brother Jing, calm down. At your level, can't you see past life and death? Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. He was obviously making sarcastic remarks. The higher one's cultivation level and status, the more they could not see past life and death. The Great Void Saint Emperor took a deep breath and slowly calmed down before sitting down. The competition has yet to begin. The outcome is still uncertain. The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Is that so? Tianyi Saint Emperor was full of smiles. No one noticed that the Crown Prince, who was by the side, had a smug smile on his face. All of this was naturally his handiwork. No one knew that Hao Qianchen had already submitted to the Crown Prince. Hao Qianchen's elimination this time was also arranged by the Crown Prince. He was the one who deliberately allowed Hao Qianchen to be eliminated. Encountering a powerful desolate beast was naturally an excuse. He did not want the Taishu dynasty to win. If the Taishu dynasty won, wouldn't the Great Void Saint Emperor live for another half a stellar year? He could not wait any longer. In fact, even if Di Jianyi could kill Lu Ming this time, Di Jianyi would not take an advancement token because Di Jianyi was too powerful. Everything was within the Crown Prince's expectations. The only one he did not expect was Lu Ming. It was a pity that Lu Ming was not killed by Di Jianyi. However, Lu Ming actually obtained an advancement token. That's good. Who knows, he might be killed by the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty during the competition. The crown prince smiled in his heart. The imperial advisor obviously thought of this as well and revealed a look of anticipation. Hao Tianchen, you were actually eliminated in advance. What a pity. Originally, we wanted to determine the outcome of this competition. I did not expect you to be defeated in advance. With your defeat, the outcome of this competition has already been decided. On the Tianyi sacred dynasty's side, a youth laughed. This person had silver skin and was from a special tribe. Moreover, he was the top supreme talent of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The Tianyi sacred dynasty and the Taishu dynasty were close to each other. They competed and reconciled at times. The top supreme talents of both sides naturally knew each other. Hao Tianchen and the top supreme talent of the Tianyi sacred dynasty had fought before. The two of them had fought a total of 3 times and were evenly matched. This time, Hao Tianchen was eliminated in advance. Was there anyone in the Taishu dynasty who could be a match for him? Humph. Hao Tianchen's fake will snorted coldly and retreated to the side without saying a word. Alright, the candidates are out. Next, let's proceed to the second round. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianyi said, the rules of the second round are very simple. It's a 2-on-2 battle. Both sides will send out 1 person each. The victorious side can choose to rest temporarily or continue fighting. Just like that, the battles will continue until one side is completely defeated. Chapter 3495. This rule had been discussed by the Tianyi sacred dynasty and the Taishu dynasty a long time ago. The Taishu dynasty naturally had no objection to it. Now, let's begin. Tianyi's sacred emperor announced. Suddenly, the two sides sized each other up in the fighting ring. There are 7 of them, but one of them is an unfamiliar face. A genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty said and looked at Lu Ming. There is indeed an unfamiliar face. The other 6 are 6 of the 9 great generals of the Taishu dynasty. I have never seen that unfamiliar face before. He must be lucky to have gotten the promotion token. There is nothing to worry about. Several geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty started to discuss. Qi Gaoi, you go first. Challenge that unknown boy. At this time, one of the 9 geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked at a skinny young man. Why do you want me to challenge that boy? The skinny young man was a little reluctant. That boy probably got the promotion token by luck. I don't think he is very strong. You are the weakest among the 9 of us. Who else should I challenge? Can you deal with the others? Another young man sneered. You. The skinny young man was furious. This was a blatant belittling of him, looking down on him. Telling him to deal with the weakest one, the meaning was clear. He couldn't deal with the others. Although the skinny young man was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. Letting him deal with Lu Ming was indeed the best choice. He stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. His eyes fell on Lu Ming and he said, "Boy, come out and fight. You are the first to challenge me." Lu Ming touched his nose helplessly. It seemed that he had been underestimated. He stepped out and stood opposite his opponent. He said, "Come on, use your full strength. I will give you a chance to make a move." This boy is so arrogant. He is indeed arrogant. He has not even entered the 9 great generals, but he is so arrogant. How ridiculous. Lu Ming's words made the geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty laugh. The skinny young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty also smiled coldly and said, "Boy, this competition does not involve life and death. I wanted to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind." Boom. As his voice fell, a shocking aura erupted from the skinny youth's body. Dazzling divine light surrounded him. The 9th level of the God King realm and the quintessence God force had awakened for the 3rd time. Of course, the quintessence secret technique had also been awakened. However, such strength was not much better than Lin Kei's. Lu Ming curled his lips casually. Of course, in the eyes of the skinny youth, this expression was ridicule and contempt. Die, brat. the shriveled youth roared, erupting with his full strength. He combined it with his source secret technique to unleash his most powerful move. He seemed to have turned into a scorching sun as he charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. The Wind Destroyer boots appeared and merged with his feet. Lu Ming's figure flashed slightly and he dodged the attack of the skinny young man. He appeared behind the skinny young man and his leg was like a steel whip, lashing out at the skinny young man. The wind-extinguishing boots not only increased speed, but also had a terrifying destructive power. The word extinguish could explain everything. Boom! There was a loud bang. Lu Ming kicked the skinny young man. The skinny young man screamed miserably. His body almost bent into the shape of a bow. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth and his body flew out like a cannonball. With a swoosh, he flew out of the fighting ring and hit the ground. He was half dead. Of course, this was already because Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the skinny youth would have been dead. The scene was silent. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. They had not expected that Lu Ming would defeat the skinny youth in one move. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were especially stunned. Although the skinny youth was the weakest among the 9 people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, he was still a top genius. They had not expected that he would be defeated in one move. Qi Gaoi underestimated his opponent too much. A youth from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shook his head. That's right. The guy from the Taishu dynasty is obviously good at speed. He went behind Qi Gaoi with his speed and that guy did not even notice it. He is really useless. If it were me, there would be at least 3 ways to break that guy's move. Several young people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Great! The people of the Taishu dynasty cheered loudly. Previously, they had fewer people than the other side. Moreover, the top genius of the 9 general stars had not advanced. This made them feel extremely pressured. But now, Lu Ming had won a battle. They felt a lot better. Humph, he just defeated the weakest one. What's there to be happy about? Someone from the Tianyi sacred dynasty said unhappily. Do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? At this time, a white-haired old man asked Lu Ming. This white-haired old man was chosen by the 2 sides to be the referee. Take a break. Lu Ming said. He would not continue to compete. He would let the others compete first. This way, he could also consume the strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, he could also see the combat strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. His goal was to win in the end. However, if he could win in an easier way, why would he not do it? After Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved his body and retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. According to the rules, the loser will initiate the challenge. The Tianyi sacred dynasty has lost this round. Next, the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty will continue to challenge. The white-haired referee announced. The loser would have the opportunity to initiate the challenge in the next round. This would be fairer. Who will fight in the next round? Everyone is fine. Anyway, we have studied the combat strength of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, the secret arts of origin, and the techniques they are good at. We just have to choose the ones who are easy to deal with. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Let me do it. At this time, a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke. As soon as this person spoke, everyone in the Tianyi sacred dynasty fell silent and looked at this person in a daze. Qiu Qingtian is going to fight? The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were shocked. They found it unbelievable. They had never expected Qiu Qingtian to fight so soon. The main reason was that Qiu Qingtian was the top genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, the top genius of the younger generation. According to the plan, wasn't Qiu Qingtian supposed to stay until the end? Yes, the top genius of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty did not advance. In this way, Qiu Qingtian has no opponent at all. He can defeat the people of the Taishu dynasty. In this way, won't we win directly? That's right. Qiu Qingtian probably thinks so. It seems that we won't have a chance to fight. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty sighed. They wanted to perform well, but if Qiu Qingtian fought, they would have nothing to do. Chapter 3496. Swoosh. Qiu Qingtian stepped out, and the remaining prodigies of the Taishu dynasty turned pale. They naturally knew who Qiu Qingtian was. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally landed on a youth in black robes. Zhu Dao, let's fight. He's challenging Zhu Dao first. Many people were shocked. Among the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, there were a total of 2 who had reached the Divine Lord realm. Zhu Dao was ranked second among the 9 general stars, and was naturally another prodigy who had reached the Divine Lord realm. It was obvious that Qiu Qingtian wanted to defeat Zhu Dao directly. Once Zhu Dao was defeated, the Taishu dynasty's defeat was set. Zhu Dao, you must win this battle. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Now, they could only rely on Zhu Dao. As long as Zhu Dao defeated Qiu Qingtian, the Taishu dynasty would have a chance of winning. The Taishu Saint Emperor's words made Zhu Dao's face turn solemn. He nodded solemnly and said, Saint Emperor, don't worry. Zhu Dao will fight to the death. He did not say that he would definitely win, but he said that he would fight to the death because he was not confident at all. It was not that he had not fought with Qiu Qingtian before, but it had always ended in failure. Zhu Dao stepped out and faced Qiu Qingtian. Zhu Dao, I advise you to admit defeat. If you really want to fight, the result has already been decided. Qiu Qingtian said confidently. Not necessarily. You and I are both first-level divine lords. You can defeat me once, but you might not be able to defeat me twice. Make your move. This time, I will win. Zhu Dao's voice was powerful. As soon as he said that, Zhu Dao's body was covered by a thick, pitch-black divine power. Following that, a huge spider appeared. It was a pitch-black spider that was as black as steel and emitted a metallic luster. This was Zhu Dao's origin source secret technique. In fact, Zhu Dao's original body was a spider, and his origin source secret technique was also a spider. Following that, the pitch-black spider charged into Zhu Dao's body, and a layer of pitch-black armor immediately appeared on Zhu Dao's body. The pitch-black armor wrapped around Zhu Dao's entire body tightly, leaving no openings at all. Moreover, 8 huge spider legs extended from his back like 8 javelins. Kill! Zhu Dao coldly snorted as he charged towards Qiu Qingtian. His 8 legs transformed into 8 spear lights as they pierced towards Qiu Qingtian. The moment Zhu Dao attacked, he used his full strength. He and Qiu Qingtian knew each other very well, and there was no need for him to probe. He directly used his full strength to fight. Against Zhu Dao, Qiu Qingtian didn't dare to be careless. Bolts of lightning radiated from his body. A battle sword flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. This wasn't a secret technique, but a divine weapon. The source secret technique was above his head. It was a bead, and within the bead, terrifying lightning exploded, making sizzling sounds. The lightning of the round bead was one with Qiu Qingtian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lightning sword in Qiu Qingtian's hand continued to slash out. In an instant, he had slashed out over 100 times. Streaks of lightning sword light collided with Zhu Dao's black spear light, causing a loud explosion. The two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, the two of them were truly powerful. Their strength was astonishing, and they possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They were first-level god monarchs, but they weren't ordinary first-level god monarchs. They were top-notch geniuses. Without a doubt, their source divine power factor had already undergone 4 awakenings. At the same time, they had mastered all sorts of terrifying secret techniques. They had also cultivated physique secret techniques, source secret techniques, and so on. Their fighting strength was astonishing, and they would probably be able to wrestle with ordinary second-level god monarchs, although they might not be able to contend against them. In the god-monarch realm, it was extremely difficult to cross one level to fight against an enemy. For example, Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian. They were both exceptional geniuses. However, those who could enter the god-monarch realm were all geniuses. Their source divine power factor had undergone at least 3 awakenings. As for Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian, they had only undergone 4 awakenings. With one more awakening, even if they added on some other techniques, it would still be difficult for them to fight across levels in the god-monarch realm. At most, they would be able to wrestle and contend, but it would be almost impossible for them to defeat their opponent. Such strength? In a battle of the same level, they are much weaker than Di Jiani. Lu Ming muttered. In his heart, he already had an idea. Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian fought intensely. To be honest, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. After exchanging more than 200 moves, Qiu Qingtian slowly gained the upper hand. His entire body was covered with lightning. Every move that he made was filled with lightning, which then transformed into lightning swords that attacked Zhu Dao. In the end, the lightning bead was held in Qiu Qingtian's hand. It transformed into a lightning enchantment that enveloped Zhu Dao. Countless bolts of lightning continuously struck Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao roared and waved his 8 spider legs, attacking Qiu Qingtian continuously. However, he was repelled by the lightning every time. Kacha! The pitch-black armor on Zhu Dao's body cracked open and fresh blood continuously seeped out. Peng peng. As time passed, the armor on Zhu Dao's body continued to explode. In the end, Zhu Dao let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated frantically. Kill! Qiu Qingtian roared and grabbed the opportunity to transform into a lightning sword, slashing towards Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao did his best to block, but he was still struck. His body flew out horizontally, landing heavily below the battle platform. His body was in tatters, almost completely exploding. He was severely injured and almost died. Zhu Dao, defeated. At this moment, the Taishu's sacred emperor's face was ashen and extremely gloomy. Zhu Dao had been defeated. In this way, the Taishu dynasty no longer had a divine Lord Supreme talent. The remaining ones were all divine kings. On the Tianyi sacred dynasty's side, other than Qiu Qingtian, there was another supreme talent who was also a divine lord. The difference was too big. It was obvious at a glance. The result was already out. The Taishu's sacred emperor was furious. Was the soul-cultivating flower going to be gone just like that? He couldn't accept it. Without the soul-cultivating flower, he didn't have much time left and it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. At the side, the crown prince and the imperial advisor revealed a smile. This result was exactly what they wanted. Ha ha ha, Brother Jing, it seems like you've lost. You won't be able to take the soul-cultivating flower. The Tianyi sacred emperor laughed. Kacha! The jade cup in the Taishu's sacred emperor's hand was crushed by him. At the scene, many people from the Taishu dynasty shook their heads and sighed. The number 1 of the 9 general stars did not advance. This had a great impact on the Taishu dynasty's side. Originally, that supreme talent could have fought with Qiu Qingtian and Zhu Dao could have dealt with the other divine lord supreme talent of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. In this way, the outcome of the battle was unknown. However, the number 1 of the 9 general stars did not advance. This directly changed the situation of the battle. It directly caused the Taishu dynasty's side to suffer a one-sided defeat. At this moment, everyone had forgotten about Lu Ming's previous victory. Chapter 3497. Lu Ming's victory did not affect the overall situation at all. Qiu Qingtian has won this battle. Qiu Qingtian, will you continue to challenge or take a break? The white-haired judge asked. I'll continue. Come out. Qiu Qingtian casually pointed at a young man. According to the rules, the loser should be the one to challenge the winner, but that was only if the winner did not continue to challenge the winner. If the winner continued to challenge the loser, he would still have the right to challenge the loser. The young man's face turned pale. Although he was one of the top few among the 9 general stars, he had yet to enter the Divine Lord realm. His combat power was much weaker than Zhu Dao's, and he was not on the same level as Qiu Qingtian. If you don't dare to fight, then admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian said coldly. Fight. Finally, the young man shouted and stepped forward, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Now, in front of everyone and the Taishu Sage Emperor, if he admitted defeat, his future would be over. Therefore, he could not admit defeat. Moreover, he guessed that Qiu Qingtian must have been exhausted in the battle with Zhu Dao. He might still have a chance. You have some guts, but unfortunately, your fate is sealed. Thunderous Annihilation Sword. Qiu Qingtian shouted, and the bead emitted more lightning. Qiu Qingtian transformed into a giant lightning sword and slashed at the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. Sky Tiger splits the sky. The prodigy from the Taishu dynasty used all his strength to transform into a sky tiger. His tiger claws split the sky as he attacked Qiu Qingtian. Boom! The two sides collided heavily, and energy waves spread in all directions. Lightning filled the sky. However, in the next moment, a scream was heard. Then, a figure flew out of the fighting stage like a shooting star and crashed to the ground. This figure was not Qiu Qingtian, but the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. His body was charred black, and after crashing to the ground, he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. He was dead. A peerless genius had been killed in an instant. Damn it! The people from the Taishu sacred dynasty were enraged, especially the family members of that prodigy. They were furious. You overestimated yourself. This is your fate if you don't admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian sneered. You're too ruthless. Someone from the Taishu dynasty roared. Life and death are not guaranteed in this competition. If you are killed, you can only be considered weak. If you are afraid of death, you can just admit defeat. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled faintly. He was in a very good mood. He was definitely going to win this competition. Moreover, he would be able to suppress the Taishu dynasty and obtain a treasure that was not inferior to the soul-nurturing flower from the Taishu Saint Emperor. Qiu Qingtian, do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? The white-haired referee asked again. Continue fighting. Qiu Qingtian said, then glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's group originally had 7 people. Now that one was dead and one was injured, there were only 5 left. Other than Lu Ming, the other 4 turned pale when Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past them. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past Lu Ming, directly ignoring him. In his opinion, he did not know Lu Ming at all. Although he won the previous round, it was also because of luck, the element of surprise, and Qi Gaoi's carelessness. He did not take Lu Ming seriously. In the end, his gaze fell on one of the 9 general stars and said, "Come out and fight me." The general who had been challenged paled. The scene of that prodigy being killed was still flashing in front of his eyes. Do you accept the challenge or admit defeat? Qiu Qingtian said with a playful smile. I admit defeat. In the end, that prodigy from the Taishu dynasty shook his head and chose to admit defeat. Even if the Saint Emperor saw it clearly, even if the others saw it clearly, he did not care and chose to admit defeat. It was better to be looked down upon than to be killed directly. He knew very well that with his strength, there was a 90% chance that he would be killed if he fought with Qiu Qingtian. How could he continue fighting? Of course, he would admit defeat directly. Ha ha ha. Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed loudly, while the Taishu Saint Emperor's face turned even uglier. Today, not only did he not get the soul-nourishing flower, but he also lost all his face. In this way, there were only 4 people left from the Taishu dynasty. Next, you. Come out and fight me. Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge and pointed at a young man. That young man shook his head and chose to admit defeat. There was no need to continue fighting. He was definitely no match for Qiu Qingtian. He would only be courting death if he went up. In this way, there were only 3 people left. Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge, and the next person also admitted defeat. In this way, there were only Lu Ming and a young man in a white robe left. Qiu Qingtian, are you still going to challenge? The white-haired judge asked. No, it's boring. All of you are cowards. I'll leave 2 of you for the others to play with. Qiu Qingtian shook his head and did not continue to challenge. Instead, he retreated. In his opinion, there was no point. If he continued to challenge, all of them would definitely surrender again. It was too boring. He might as well leave 2 of them for the others to play with. Alright, next, it's the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge. The white-haired judge announced. Lu Ming had been challenged before, so it was naturally another young man in a white robe's turn. The young man in a white robe stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. He was really relieved. If Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge him, he could only admit defeat. He did not expect that Qiu Qingtian would not continue to challenge him. In this way, he had a chance to show off. No matter what, he had to perform well in the next battle. Feng Qi, come down and fight. The young man in a white robe looked at a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. You dare to challenge me? Very well, we have fought once before and there was no clear winner. This time, I will definitely defeat you. The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty called Feng Qi said coldly. He stepped out and landed in the middle of the fighting ring. Boom! Boom! Without any superfluous words, the 2 of them started to fight fiercely. The battle was intense. Their strength was similar. They were both in the peak Divine King realm with origin Divine Power Factor and 4 awakenings. Needless to say, they were both peerless geniuses and their combat strength was similar. In this battle, the 2 of them exchanged more than 500 blows. It was extremely tragic. In the end, both of them were injured. They were covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. In the end, both of them fell down at the same time. The 2 of them fought until they were exhausted. In this battle, both of them were injured and they were evenly matched. In this way, Lu Ming was the only one left in the Taishu dynasty. Sigh, he is bound to lose. Let's end this quickly. Many people from the Taishu dynasty sighed. Previously, it was the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge. In the previous battle, both of them were injured. Naturally, it was the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge. Leave this brat to me. I want to see if he's faster than me. A genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke and then flashed out. Rather than continuing to fail, it would be better to end this quickly and end this torture. According to the rules, it's the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge. The white-robed judge said. Chapter 3498. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. Boy, your speed is not bad. But compared to me, you are still a little slower. You will be defeated. The genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty sneered. He was from the Wing Men clan and had a pair of green wings on his back. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, his body swayed and turned into multiple phantoms, surrounding Lu Ming. There were a total of 32 phantoms, and it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Ha ha ha, boy, have you seen my speed? Now you know the gap between us. With your speed, you can't even touch a hair on my head. Ha ha. The youth from the Wing Men clan laughed arrogantly. Who said that I want to compete with you in speed? Lu Ming said lightly. He clenched his fist and the overbearing god spear appeared in his hand. Is this the secret skill of origin? How is that possible? Many people's eyes widened, especially those from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Origin source secret techniques naturally wouldn't shock these people. However, it was shocking for a person to possess 2 origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming had clearly displayed the Wind Destroyer boots in the previous battle. Now, he had displayed the overbearing god spear. It was obvious that he had 2 secret skills of origin. Could it be that Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient cultivation method? Just as many people had this thought, Lu Ming made his move. Lu Ming swept out directly. The huge spear radiance filled the fighting ring and enveloped the entire fighting ring. The youth from the Winged Men clan suddenly shouted in shock. Isn't Lu Ming good at speed? Why isn't he playing according to common sense? He wanted to resist, but it was too late. The huge spear radiance swept across and the phantoms exploded. No matter how many phantoms there were, no matter how fast they were, Lu Ming had already enveloped the entire fighting ring under his attack. Bang bang bunga series of explosions resounded as the 36 phantoms exploded in an instant. The young man from the Winged Men race screamed as he was blown away by the spear. He was like a cannonball as he was blown out of the fighting stage and smashed into the ground. He was half dead. The youth of the Winged Men clan was defeated in one move. He won again. This time, even the people of the Taishu dynasty were stunned. In this competition, the Taishu dynasty had only won 2 matches, and both of them had been won by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were also stunned. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His true strength is very strong. Finally, one of the geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke up. His expression was grave. To be able to easily defeat 2 prodigies in a row, even a fool would know that Lu Ming's strength was not weak, but very strong. Below the fighting ring, the crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. Seeing that Lu Ming was in the limelight, they were very unhappy. It doesn't matter. If this kid continues to challenge, he will be courting death when he meets the divine emperors of the other side. Maybe he will be killed by them. The state preceptor secretly transmitted his voice to the crown prince. That's right. It may be a good thing that this kid can win a few matches. The crown prince also nodded secretly. They were still hoping that Lu Ming would meet the divine emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. In that case, they might not need to do anything and Lu Ming would be killed. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-robed judge asked. Now, only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming had won, so he could only continue to challenge him. Lu Ming pointed at a young man from the other side, who was not in the divine emperor realm. If he wanted to win, he had to defeat everyone on the other side. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to challenge them one by one. It was the same to leave the divine emperors behind. The young man who was challenged by Lu Ming stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Lu Ming. However, the young man did not dare to be careless now. He stared at Lu Ming with a solemn face. Kill. Suddenly, the young man attacked. He attacked with all his strength. The origin source secret technique, with the support of strong divine power, was extremely powerful. It attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming simply waved his spear. At that moment, Lu Ming had already activated the battle character art to quadruple his combat strength. In addition to his 11 types of divine power, it was extremely powerful. He could easily crush those of the same level. Not everyone was like Di Jianyi. Although these prodigies were strong, they were 100 streets away from Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Boom! The overbearing god's spear rolled over, and the genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty screamed. His attack and defense were all destroyed. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was almost flattened. His whole body flew out of the fighting ring, and he vomited blood. He was half dead. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes were shining. Another instant kill. Occasionally, they could say it was luck. But now, it had happened 3 times. This was not luck. It was strength. Overwhelming strength. One should know that Lu Ming's opponents were not weak. The top prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were like the 9 generals in the Taishu dynasty. Such people were killed in an instant. How strong was Lu Ming? Tianyi sacred emperor and the remaining prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked solemn. Great! Taishu's sacred emperor could not help but shout. His eyes, which were full of despair, were filled with hope again. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be able to create a miracle. The crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Di Jiani was really defeated by Lu Ming? Di Jiani, come here. The crown prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jiani. In a flash, Di Jiani appeared behind the crown prince. Di Jiani, what's going on? Why is Lu Ming not dead? Could it be that you did not touch him? The crown prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jiani. Crown prince, state preceptor, we have underestimated Lu Ming. Di Jiani replied. What do you mean? The crown prince and the state preceptor were shocked. I have lost. Di Jiani only said these 3 words and did not say anything else. What? The state preceptor and the crown prince were shocked. They were all too clear about how talented and sick Di Jiani was. Jing Yu was known as the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Taishu dynasty. However, compared to Di Jiani, there was still a gap. Yes, in their hearts, Jing Yu could not be compared to Di Jiani. However, right now, Emperor Jiani had been defeated by Lu Ming. What did this mean? Lu Ming's talent was number 1 in the history of the Taishu dynasty. Damn it, D***MN it. The crown prince roared in his heart. Di Jiani's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the person who was ranked number 1 among the 9 general stars might not be a match for Di Jiani. Did that mean that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Qingtian? Defeat everyone in the Tianyi sacred dynasty and help Taishu's sacred emperor get the soul-nourishing flower? Chapter 3499. No, no. The crown prince roared in his heart. His eyes were red. He could not accept this. If the Taishu's sacred emperor obtained the soul-nourishing flower and increased his lifespan by half a stellar year, he would have to wait for another half a stellar year. He had waited for countless years. He could not wait any longer. If the Taishu's sacred emperor made a breakthrough in the future, he would never be able to sit on the throne of the sacred emperor. In his heart, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. What's wrong? The Taishu's sacred emperor felt that something was wrong with the crown prince and glanced at him coldly. No, nothing. Father, I'm just excited to see how powerful Lu Ming is. The crown prince's face changed and he quickly answered. Is that so? The great void saint emperor said plainly. Hee, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, your cultivation is only in the 9th divine king realm. You're still lacking in terms of cultivation. It's hard for you to fight against a divine lord realm genius. The Tianyi sacred emperor's eyes flickered a few times before he sneered. To be honest, he was shocked by Lu Ming's strength. A wisp of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Such a powerful genius would be terrifying when he grew up. He might even be an invincible figure at the peak of the divine lord realm. The stronger the Taishu dynasty was, the worse it would be for the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Is that so? Then let's continue to watch. The Taishu dynasty's leader said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-haired judge asked. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Originally, the Tianyi sacred dynasty had a total of 9 geniuses. Previously, because both sides were injured, one of them was eliminated. Now, 3 of them were defeated by Lu Ming. There were only 5 left. Among them, there were 2 divine lord realm geniuses. Lu Ming intended to deal with these 2 later. He would deal with the 3 divine kings first. Anyway, he had to deal with them. You. Lu Ming pointed at the genius. The genius's face turned pale. Previously, there was a genius whose strength was not inferior to his, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. If he went up, he would probably be killed in an instant. Let's go all out and exhaust every bit of his divine power. A voice suddenly rang out in the young man's ears. It was Saint Lord Tianyi's voice. The young man's expression changed. He originally wanted to surrender, but now he couldn't. Clearly, Tianyi Saint Emperor did not allow for failure. He wanted to use them to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power to ensure that Qiu Qingtian and the others would definitely win. Fight! The young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward, landing in front of Lu Ming. Then, he unleashed all of his power and used all of his techniques. In the eyes of the other young people present, this young man was very strong. He was so strong that it was terrifying. But in Lu Ming's eyes, it was very weak. Boom! The tyrant god's spear blasted out, breaking all techniques with one strike. No matter what kind of technique or secret technique it would be crushed by the spear. Then, with a scream, the young man was sent flying. It was still an instant kill. Then, he continued to challenge, and it was still an instant kill. Soon, Lu Ming won 3 rounds in a row. In this way, a total of 6 geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were defeated by Lu Ming. There were only 2 geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty left on the scene. These 2 people were both in the Divine Lord realm. One of them was Qiu Qingtian, and the other was the second-ranked genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty's younger generation called Yunji. It's finally the last 2 people. The last 2 people are both in the Divine Lord realm. Is Lu Ming a match for them? It's hard to say. A divine lord is much stronger than a divine king. Moreover, those 2 people are both peerless geniuses. That's right. They are both peerless geniuses. A divine lord realm genius can easily kill a divine king realm genius. Lu Ming may not be a match for them. At the scene, many people were discussing. Indeed, they were all peerless geniuses. Whether it was Qiu Qingtian or Yunji, they could easily kill those people that Lu Ming had just defeated. Therefore, without fighting, it was difficult to guess who was stronger and who was weaker. The Taishu's sacred emperor also became nervous. Of course, the crown prince was also extremely nervous. One was afraid of losing, and the other was afraid of winning. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-haired judge asked. No need to trouble yourself. Let the 2 of them come at me together. Lu Ming said. What? As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge Qiu Qingtian and Yunji at the same time. Was he crazy? Or was he too arrogant? Lu Ming, what are you doing? The Taishu's sacred emperor suddenly stood up and roared. This battle was related to the soul-nurturing flower and his lifespan. It was not a child's play, and absolutely no mistakes were allowed. Brother Jing, why are you so agitated? How they challenge is the young people's business. We just have to watch. The young people are confident, so we can't suppress them. The Tianyi sacred emperor's voice sounded, and then he said, you are free to challenge them. If you want to challenge both of them at the same time, you can. If Lu Ming wanted to challenge both of them at the same time, he would be more than happy. Lu Ming, you have to think carefully. The Taishu's sacred emperor said coldly. Sacred emperor, don't worry. There is no difference between 2 of them and 1 of them. I am confident. Lu Ming said with a smile. He was very clear about Qiu Qingtian's combat strength, and he was really confident. When Lu Ming had just come out of the primordial divine spirit world, he was already able to fight a barbarian tribe's 2nd-layer divine lord to a draw. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 8th-layer divine king realm. As for Qiu Qingtian, even if he used his full strength, he could at most fight a 2nd-layer divine lord, and he would most likely lose. Therefore, even if Lu Ming was in the 8th-layer divine king realm, he would not be afraid of Qiu Qingtian, let alone now that he had broken through to the 9th-layer divine king realm. Even if Yunji was added, it would be the same. Lu Ming was very confident, but in the eyes of others, it was arrogance. He is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? He is just a divine king. It is already incredible for a divine king to fight a divine lord, and he wants to fight 2 of them? Moreover, they are 2 top geniuses. This is absolutely impossible. It is completely impossible. Looks like his previous consecutive victories and instant kills of his opponents have inflated his self-confidence to no end. Hee, it will be fun to embarrass himself later. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty sneered. However, the people of the Taishu dynasty did not say anything. Many people of the Taishu dynasty knew Lu Ming well. Lu Ming was a new batch of students of the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Academy. How many years had it been? Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak Divine King realm. This in itself was incredible. Therefore, even if Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji, they would not think that it was impossible. Alright, since you are confident, it is up to you. I only have one condition, and that is to win. You must win. The Taishu's sacred emperor said coldly. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and looked at Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji. Chapter 3500. Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji looked gloomy. Lu Ming dared to challenge the two of them alone. In their eyes, he was looking down on them. Since he wants to challenge us alone, let's fulfill his wish. Let him stay here forever. Yun Ji's eyes were cold and his voice was icy. That's exactly what I wanted. A divine king is too arrogant. Qiu Qingtian said coldly. Boom. Boom. Their auras burst out at the same time. The auras of first-level divine lords formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Qiu Qingtian's body was covered with lightning and formed a lightning sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Yun Ji pointed his finger and a golden finger that was covered with runes suddenly appeared. It was glowing brightly and it was pointed at Lu Ming. It was a terrifying secret technique. Their attacks instantly closed in on Lu Ming. The two of them were first-level divine lords. Even if they did not use their full strength, they could easily kill an ordinary first-level divine lord. As for those below the divine lord level, it was needless to say. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming's body shook slightly again and his aura became stronger. Battle character art, 5 times combat strength, activated. Then, the Overlord God spear shook and 2 spear radiances shot out, colliding with Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji's attacks. 2 loud bangs erupted and the entire fighting ring was shaking. Of course, the battle stage was covered with runes, so the chi from their battle would be blocked and unable to disperse. After the 2 bangs, the attacks from both sides dissipated at the same time. He blocked it. Many people's hearts were beating wildly. Lu Ming had really blocked Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji's attacks. This was unbelievable. The people from the Taishu dynasty were overjoyed. However, the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked gloomy. Didn't you see that Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji did not use their full strength? They did not use their origin source secret techniques and Lu Ming has already used his origin source secret technique. He has already used his full strength. It's obvious who is stronger. That's right. As long as Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji use their full strength, Lu Ming will definitely lose. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke one after another. Under normal circumstances, using an origin source secret technique was equivalent to using one's full strength. Even Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji thought so. You're Lu Ming, right? Is this all you've got? You dare to challenge the two of us? I alone can suppress you. That's right, I've only used 80% of my strength, and I haven't even used my primary secret technique yet. It's time to send you on your way. Qiu Qingtian and Yun Ji coldly laughed. Their auras grew even stronger. After that, they both used their source secret arts, pushing their combat prowess to the peak. Yun Ji's origin secret technique was a strange bronze finger that emitted an ancient and desolate aura. This bronze finger fused with Yun Ji's finger, causing his finger to emit a resplendent radiance. Kill! Yun Ji shouted and pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A huge finger that looked like the finger of a primordial deity pointed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the Overlord God spear and blasted it forward. The huge spear radiance collided with the finger. There was a loud boom, and energy overflowed. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated rapidly. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming is about to lose. Many people had the same thought in their minds. With your strength, you're overestimating yourself. Yunji laughed. Is this your full strength? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly asked. What do you mean? My strength is enough to kill you 10 times over. Yunji sneered. Is that so? If that's all you have, then this battle is over. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, he placed the Overlord God's spear in front of him. In the next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the Overlord God's spear. A dazzling spear radiance shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The scene was silent at first, and then there was an uproar. This is... Sever the shackles. His origin secret technique has severed the shackles. Oh my God. At this moment, not only the ordinary people, but many old monsters were also shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they could not calm down. Even the Taishu Sacred Emperor and the Tianyi Sacred Emperor stood up in shock. A 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator who could awaken the origin secret technique at such a young age was already a peerless genius. As for severing the shackles, that was even more unimaginable. Now, no matter if it was the Taishu dynasty or the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty, none of the strongest geniuses had severed the shackles. So far, Lu Ming was the first. The Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor looked gloomy, but they were not too surprised. After all, Lu Ming had defeated Di Jianyi. They knew that Lu Ming must have severed the shackles of the origin secret technique. Yunji and Qiu Qingtian's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. They also wanted to sever the shackles, but they had failed countless times. But Lu Ming, who was only a 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator, had succeeded. This made them envious and jealous. Come on. Lu Ming pointed his spear at Qiu Qingtian and Yunji. So what if you have severed the shackles? You are only a 9th-level Divine King Realm cultivator. How can you fight against us? Kill! Qiu Qingtian and Yunji shouted. They moved and charged at Lu Ming like meteorites. Qiu Qingtian's bead emitted endless lightning, and it even turned into a lightning enchantment that enveloped Lu Ming. It turned into a lightning sword and charged at Lu Ming. Yunji shouted. His finger glowed and pointed at Lu Ming. An even more terrifying finger pointed at Lu Ming. Wang! Lu Ming waved his Overlord God's spear. Instantly, 2 spear radiances shot out, as if they could shatter the void. Both sides' attacks collided, and the battle stage shook violently. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his spear radiance was like a dragon. Not only did he block Qiu Qingtian and Yunji's attacks, he even destroyed their attacks. The two of them retreated a few steps, and their faces were ugly. Damn it! Die! The two of them roared. They could not accept that they were still not Lu Ming's match even after joining forces. It was obvious that Qiu Qingtian and Yunji had cultivated secret physique techniques. Qiu Qingtian's secret physique technique should be related to lightning. However, their secret physique technique was not very mature. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was not even comparable to the 5th transformation of the primordial divine body. Yunji's secret physique technique was similar to Qiu Qingtian's. Qiu Qingtian's body was covered with endless lightning, as if his entire body had turned into lightning. His muscles, bones, and blood were all made of lightning. Secret physique technique? Lu Ming muttered. Chapter 3501. Of course, after using the secret body constitution technique, their strength had also increased. Once again, they charged towards Lu Ming. This time, the two of them were fighting against Lu Ming. For a moment, it was hard to determine the winner. On the huge fighting stage, the three of them were constantly clashing and killing each other. It was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the fighting stage. The main reason was that they were too shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. A 9th-layer divine king could actually fight against 2 1st-layer divine monarch peerless geniuses. This was too inconceivable. It was like a fantasy story. Tiany's sacred emperor's face was extremely gloomy. On the other hand, Taishu's sacred emperor's eyes were filled with anticipation. Previously, he had already given up hope. He thought that the 2 countries would most likely lose this battle. He had never expected Lu Ming to suddenly appear and display such shocking strength. It was greatly out of his expectations. It seemed like there was hope for him to win. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain the soul-nourishing flower. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. Ah, damn it. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji roared crazily as they fought. Their attacks were like a storm. They could not lose. If the 2 of them were not a match for a 9th-layer divine king, they would become a laughing stock. They could not accept this fact. The 2 of them pushed their combat strength to the maximum. However, no matter how they attacked, Lu Ming was still able to block them. Alright, it's about time to end this. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he started to control the primordial divine blood in his heart. Of course, this time, Lu Ming did not unleash the full power of the primordial divine blood. He only unleashed a portion of it. Even so, Lu Ming's body was suddenly filled with explosive power, causing his strength to increase tremendously. Buzz! The overbearing god spear shook and turned into a huge spear radiance, sweeping across the battlefield. Boom! Qiu Qingtian's lightning swords exploded and shattered. Then, as the overbearing god spear swept across, Qiu Qingtian's lightning barrier also exploded. Qiu Qingtian's face changed drastically. He groaned and retreated. Dang! In the next moment, the tyrant god spear struck Yunji's finger. His finger immediately shattered. Yunji's expression changed drastically. At that moment, he felt that his finger was about to break. His body retreated rapidly. His finger trembled incessantly and blood seeped out. Your power? Qiu Qingtian and Yunji widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. The people around them were similar to them. They were also dumbfounded. A very old monster spoke, Ji. Now, I'll finish you off. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward. Like a human-shaped dragon, he rushed forward. The overbearing god spear smashed down. It turned into layers of spear shadows, covering Qiu Qingtian and Yunji. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji shouted and tried their best to resist. However, Lu Ming's power was above theirs. When the 2 sides collided, their bodies retreated. Their faces were pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He continued to charge toward them. His attacks were endless. After a dozen moves, Qiu Qingtian and Yunji screamed. They were hit by Lu Ming. They vomited blood and flew out of the fighting ring. They fell heavily on the ground. They were seriously injured. Of course, Lu Ming was being merciful. If Lu Ming used all the power of the primordial divine blood, it would not be difficult to kill them. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji were defeated. The scene was deathly silent, especially the people of the Tiany sacred dynasty. Their minds were blank. They thought they were dreaming. Qiu Qingtian and Yunji were the 2 strongest heavenly geniuses of the Tiany sacred dynasty. They were invincible. In the Tiany sacred dynasty, they were like 2 mountains that pressed down on the heads of countless young people. They were the goal of all the young people. They were also the idols of all the young people. However, 2 of such strong heavenly geniuses had been defeated by a 9th divine king layer cultivator. It was a huge blow to them. Good. After a while, many people reacted. The people of the Taishu dynasty cheered loudly. They were incomparably excited. They had won the battle. Of course they were excited. Ha ha ha, Tianyi, you let me win. The Taishu's sacred emperor laughed. He was incomparably excited. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On the side of the Taishu dynasty, the crown prince was the angriest. He was shouting madly in his heart. His eyes were incomparably ferocious. He couldn't wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Originally, he had planned everything perfectly. This time, the Taishu dynasty couldn't win. But now, because of Lu Ming, the Taishu dynasty had won. All his plans and efforts had gone up in smoke. The Taishu's sacred emperor would obtain the soul-nourishing flower and his lifespan would increase by half a stellar year. If he broke through in the future, he would probably be a crown prince until he died of old age. He was indignant. He was extremely indignant. At this moment, his hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. The imperial preceptor's face was also incomparably ugly. Of course, the Tianyi sacred emperor's face was also ugly. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in the Taishu dynasty. I really didn't expect that the Taishu dynasty would have such a great opportunity. In the past, there was Jingyu, and now there is Lu Ming. Hee hee. The Tianyi sacred emperor sneered, looking at Lu Ming with deep fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. In the future, it was very likely that he would take a crucial step, break through the barrier of the Divine Lord realm, and step into a higher level. Once that happened, it would be very fatal for the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It would break the balance. In the past, Jingyu was said to have such a hope. Unfortunately, he died. And now, Lu Ming obviously had such a hope. Tianyi, you lost. Hand over the soul-nourishing flower. The Taishu's sacred emperor shouted, staring at Tianyi with great anticipation. Fine, I'll give it to you. Brother Jing, although the soul-nourishing flower can increase your lifespan by half a stellar year, it's impossible for you to break through to the next realm. At most, you can live for another half a stellar year. Tianyi sneered. You don't have to worry about this. The Taishu's sacred emperor said coldly, his face ugly. His lifespan was his greatest taboo. If the one who said this wasn't the Tianyi sacred emperor, he would have slapped him to death. Chapter 3502. Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened the jade box, one could see a pitch-black flower inside. The flower was pitch-black, but it emitted a sparkling luster and a rich fragrance. Many people felt their souls tremble when they smelled this fragrance. It was as though their soul power had become much purer. Is this the soul-nurturing flower? It's indeed a peerless treasure. Many people's eyes lit up. If an ordinary person obtained this soul-nurturing flower and refined it, their soul power would also increase greatly. It was a peerless treasure with immeasurable value. Of course, they were just thinking about it. The soul-nurturing flower was now the treasure of the Great Void Saint Emperor. Who would dare to have such thoughts? Quickly cover it. The Great Void Saint Emperor hurriedly shouted. If the soul-nurturing flower was exposed outside, its medicinal properties would slowly evaporate. Every time it evaporated, the medicinal effects would decrease by a little. If it evaporated a little, it might reduce his lifespan by a few years. Naturally, he was very concerned about it. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled and closed the lid. Lu Shi, go and get the soul-nurturing flower. The Great Void Saint Emperor waved his hand and asked a close official beside him to get the soul-nurturing flower. As the Great Void Saint Emperor, he naturally couldn't go and get it himself. Yes, Your Majesty. The close official, Lu Shi, was a white-haired old man. He bowed and then flew towards Tianyi Saint Emperor. Tianyi Saint Emperor revealed a pained expression. Then, he waved his hand and the jade box flew towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi took it and flew towards the Great Void Saint Emperor. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Lu Shi, what are you doing? Why aren't you bringing it over? The Great Void Saint Emperor urged. He was already a little impatient. However, Lu Shi didn't move. Instead, He revealed a strange smile and opened the jade box. Lu Shi, what are you doing? The Great Void Saint Emperor roared. Nothing. I just want to destroy the soul-nurturing flower. Lu Shi smiled. Then, his divine power burst out and bombarded the jade box. As the close official of the Great Void Saint Emperor, Lu Shi's strength was also shockingly strong. He had reached the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. His divine power was so strong that the jade box and soul-nurturing flower in his hand exploded, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. The scene became silent all of a sudden. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Shi in a daze. This included the Taishu Saint Emperor, the Tianyi Saint Emperor, and Lu Ming. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lu Shi had actually destroyed the soul-nourishing flower? The Crown Prince and the State Preceptor were also dumbfounded. This was completely beyond their expectations. Although they wanted to destroy the soul-nourishing flower, they didn't dare to. This was the lifespan of the Taishu Saint Emperor. If it was destroyed, the Taishu Saint Emperor would definitely go crazy. No one could withstand the madness of the Taishu Saint Emperor. Yes, the Taishu Saint Emperor had truly gone mad. At this moment, the Taishu Saint Emperor's body started to tremble violently. His eyes turned red as a terrifying icy aura emanated from his body. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became incomparably oppressive. Lu Shi. A beast-like roar came out of the Taishu Saint Emperor's mouth. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Shi did not stop in the slightest. His body shot up into the sky. His speed was frighteningly fast. Those who were not Sir Gods could not see Lu Shi's speed clearly at all. However, the Taishu Saint Emperor was even faster. Originally, the Taishu Saint Emperor looked like an old man in his twilight years. At this moment, he was like an ancient god that had come back to life. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His body shot out and chased after Lu Shi at a frightening speed. The distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. Lu Shi, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Violent energy surged out like a torrential storm. Even someone as strong as Lu Shi, an 8th-level Divine Lord, felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. It was as if he would turn into ashes in the next moment. Not good. Lu Shi's expression changed drastically. His body and mind were trembling. It was as if he would be destroyed in the next moment. He understood that the difference between him and the Taishu Saint Emperor was too great. An 8th-level Sir God was definitely a top-notch expert in the Taishu dynasty. Even the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings' palaces did not have such cultivation. However, compared to the Taishu Saint Emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Taishu Saint Emperor was already at the limit of the Sir God realm. He was half a step into the next realm. Boom! The Taishu Saint Emperor's withered hand reached out, and an incomparably huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed at Lu Shi. This palm covered over 100 million miles. It was too huge. The terrifying energy completely sealed Lu Shi. Lu Shi exploded with his full strength, but it was useless. He had already been sealed by the energy, and it was even difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, he truly understood the difference between him and the Taishu Saint Emperor. He was incomparably terrified. Barbarian Emperor, save me. Boom! As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, the space above Lu Shi suddenly fluctuated. A huge fist suddenly appeared and slammed into the Great Void Saint Emperor's palm, causing a terrifying explosion. At this moment, the entire Taishu Saint capital seemed to tremble violently. The Taishu Saint capital was an incomparably huge ancient city that was like a planet. At this moment, it was trembling violently, as if it was about to explode. However, in the next moment, countless runes appeared in all directions of the Taishu Saint capital, forming a huge array that dissipated the energy. The Taishu Saint capital had been passed down for countless years, and the array on it was not to be underestimated. Even an existence like the Taishu Saint Emperor would not be able to break it in an instant. The energy surged wildly, and the huge palm that the Taishu Saint Emperor had formed finally collapsed. Lu Shi was overjoyed. Like a shooting star, he instantly shot out tens of millions of miles. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Shi and the Taishu Saint Emperor had already rushed into the starry sky. And in front of Lu Shi, a burly figure appeared. This figure was more than 3 meters tall, and he had a strong physique. His entire body was filled with muscles, and he was filled with explosive power. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling that he was as heavy as a mountain, and that he was indestructible and could destroy everything. Barbarian Emperor. The Imperial Advisor muttered, and he was shocked. Barbarian Emperor. Everyone at the scene was shocked to the core. The Barbarian Emperor was the emperor of the barbarian race. He was the sovereign of the barbarian race. The Barbarian Emperor and the Taishu Saint Emperor were sworn enemies. Why would the Barbarian Emperor suddenly appear? Could it be that Lu Shi was instructed by the Barbarian Emperor? Judging from the scene just now, it was very likely. Barbarian Emperor. Lu Shi was overjoyed when he saw the Barbarian Emperor. He quickly flew behind the Barbarian Emperor and heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Barbarian Emperor. The Taishu Saint Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with violent killing intent. Did you arrange all of this? The Taishu Saint Emperor asked. Chapter 3503. The Great Void Sage Emperor stared at the barbaric emperor with murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. I've arranged everything. The barbaric emperor said. Lu Shi has been with me for 5 stellar years. How did you manage to bribe him? The Great Void Sage Emperor said. It's simple. Because Lu Shi has been with me since 5 stellar years ago. The barbaric emperor said. Good, good, good. Barbaric Emperor, you've been planning this for a long time. The Great Void Sage Emperor's face darkened. He did not expect the Barbaric Emperor to have been planning this since 5 stellar years ago. After sending Lu Shi to him, the Barbaric Emperor had been waiting for him for 5 stellar years. Over such a long period of time, the Barbaric Emperor did not give himself away. It was only today that the Barbaric Emperor made his move. 5 stellar years of patience. It's all worth it. Now that you don't have the soul-nurturing flower, how many more years can you live? Isn't it satisfying to cut off all your hopes? Ha ha ha. The Barbaric Emperor laughed. These words made the Great Void Saint Emperor's killing intent even more intense. His body was filled with cold killing intent and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared, Barbaric Emperor, even if I don't have much time left, I'll still drag you down with me before I die. This is the Great Void Sage capital. You shouldn't have come. Since you're here, don't leave. Boom. The Great Void Sage Emperor's aura became even more terrifying. Divine light shone brightly like a star. The terrifying pressure caused the starry sky to tremble. With him as the center, huge cracks spread out in all directions. Terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Even though the Taishu Sacred Emperor was far away in the starry sky and was at least a few 100 million miles away from the Taishu Sacred Capital, Lu Ming and the rest could still feel a terrifying pressure on their bodies, making it hard for them to breathe. Kill. Finally, the Great Void Sage Emperor roared and charged towards the Barbaric Emperor. You old fart. Let's see how you're going to kill me. The Barbaric Emperor shouted coldly. His body moved and the starry sky exploded. With a loud boom, the two attacks collided. At this moment, the starry sky exploded and countless cracks appeared. Boundless energy spread out in all directions, traversing an unknown distance in the blink of an eye. The Great Void Sage Emperor shone and blocked the energy. However, the asteroids and planets in the distant starry sky were not so lucky. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 meteorites exploded. In addition, a huge planet was hit by a wisp of energy and directly exploded. It was too terrifying. This was the battle prowess of a Saint Emperor. With a single move, it could destroy the world. Boom! After the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor exchanged one blow, they exchanged a second blow, then a third blow. They fought an intense battle, slaughtering their way into the depths of the starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, planets would explode from time to time, like fireworks in the universe. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. With such strength, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. What amazing combat strength! Lu Ming muttered. It's just a quasi-emperor. What's the big deal? If a true emperor were to take action, that would be even more shocking. With a single palm strike, the starry sky would explode, and even the stars would crumble. In his sea of consciousness, Bone Demon spoke, revealing a trace of disdain. Quasi-emperor? True emperor? Lu Ming was stunned. The realm after the Divine Emperor realm is called the Divine Emperor. Only those who have stepped into the Divine Emperor realm are considered true emperors. Although these people are called Saint Emperors and Barbarian Emperors, they have not stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. They are only half a step into the Divine Emperor realm, so they can only be considered as quasi-emperors. Bone Demon explained. I see. The realm after the Divine Emperor realm is the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the small thousand world, there was a realm called Martial Emperor. It meant the Martial Emperor, the emperor of the martial artists. On the other hand, a Divine Emperor was an emperor among gods. Although they were both emperors, there was a huge gap between their realms. If a quasi-emperor is so terrifying, how powerful would the Divine Emperor realm be? Lu Ming muttered, truly shocked. Boom! 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 Deep in the starry sky, the battle between the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor was getting more and more intense. However, the two of them were old rivals, and both of them were quasi-emperors. It was difficult to determine the winner. Old man, it seems like you are really old. Is that all you have? Once you are dead, I will flatten the Taishu dynasty. Ha ha ha. The Barbarian Emperor laughed, deliberately provoking the Great Void Saint Emperor. This is the Great Void Saint capital. Since you are here, don't leave. Those above the Divine Emperor realm, attack together and kill the Barbarian Emperor. The Great Void Saint Emperor's old voice resounded throughout the Great Void Saint capital. Kill. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A few figures soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. It's the Army King. And the Sixth Prince. Someone exclaimed, recognizing a few people. The few people who had attacked were not ordinary people. They were all overlords in the Taishu dynasty. One of them was the Army King of the Grand Council, who led all the troops of the Taishu dynasty. His cultivation was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. He was one of the few people in the Taishu dynasty. The other person was the Great Void Saint Emperor's younger brother. He was known as the Sixth Prince and was also a top expert. The two of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had rushed into the starry sky, wanting to help the Great Void Saint Emperor kill the Barbarian Emperor. However, the starry sky rippled like water. A few burly figures suddenly appeared. Each of them exuded an aura that was as deep as the sea, as if they were ancient beasts. These few people were all experts from the barbarian tribe. You want to kill the Barbarian Emperor? Dream on. We will be your opponents. The few barbarians shouted coldly. Their auras soared into the sky as they fought with the Army King and the Sixth Prince. Father, let me help you. With a long roar, the crowd saw the Second Prince's aura soar into the sky. He was like a divine rainbow as he charged into the starry sky. However, when the Second Prince charged out, the void rippled as well. A powerful barbarian blocked him. At this moment, the Crown Prince and the State Advisor looked at each other and nodded silently. Father, let me help you. The Crown Prince roared and charged into the starry sky with the State Advisor. They didn't really want to help the Great Void Saint Emperor, but they had to put on an act now. Moreover, the soul-cultivating flower had been destroyed. Even if they helped the Great Void Saint Emperor kill the Barbarian Emperor, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, killing the barbarian emperor would be beneficial to him. When he ascended the throne in the future, he would have one less strong opponent. Therefore, the crown prince and the state advisor joined the battle. The moment the state advisor and the crown prince joined the battle, the other top experts of the Taishu dynasty also joined the battle. For example, the Holy Thousand King and the top few kings of the 27 heavenly king mansions also joined the battle and charged into the starry sky. However, the barbarian tribe was clearly prepared this time. They had sent out a large number of top experts. When the crown prince and the others charged into the starry sky, more experts from the barbarian tribe appeared. Chapter 35:04. The starry sky above the great illusionary Saint capital was in a complete mess. It was too terrifying. The barbarian tribe had mobilized a large number of top experts and completely blocked the top experts of the Taishu dynasty. There were close to 20 top experts fighting in the starry sky. Boom! Boom! The people below could only see the continuous explosions in the starry sky. The terrifying sound waves caused many people to turn pale and cough out blood. The starry sky continued to explode. All the meteorites in the area were swept away and turned into cosmic dust. One after another, violent cracks appeared, covering the entire starry sky like a spider web. It was unknown how many miles it stretched. Luckily, the great illusionary Saint capital was protected by an ancient array. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the shockwaves of such a terrifying battle. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at the starry sky. The shock in their eyes could not be concealed. This was the power of a divine lord above the ninth heaven. It was too terrifying and ordinary people could not match up to it. This was the top fighting force of the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe. He, it's about time for me to strike. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded from the starry sky. Following which, a figure suddenly appeared not far above the great illusionary Saint capital. It was an old man with dark skin and a shriveled body. He was like a skeleton and was wrapped in a large black robe. His hair was disheveled and his face was pale. Fog constantly emanated from his body. He held a pitch-black metal bell in his hand. He looked down coldly, mainly at Lu Ming and the rest. Dang! In the next moment, he shook the metal bell in his hand and it rang. The sound of the bell was ear-piercing and visible sound waves spread out. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming felt his soul tremble violently. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and his body shook violently. Lu Ming's face turned pale and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Soul attack. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly covered his soul with the frightening feather painting. The sound of the bell was not targeted at Lu Ming alone. It was an attack that covered a large area. Puff puff. At this moment, many people with weaker cultivations and weaker soul powers spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some even fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Their souls were destroyed and they died on the spot. It's a soul attack. Wu people, he's from the Wu people. Someone roared out, recognizing this shriveled black-robed elder. Many people were shocked. The Wu people were a long way from the Taishu dynasty. They were separated by at least a dozen universe-level powers. However, there was no doubt that the Wu people were extremely powerful, and their strength was unfathomable. They were far from being comparable to the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe. To put it bluntly, although the Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe were also known as universe-level forces, they were only pseudo-universe-level forces. They were not real universe-level forces. A universe-level power had to have a true godly emperor to be considered a universe-level power. The Taishu dynasty, the Tianyi sacred dynasty, and the barbarian tribe only had quasi-emperors. They could only be considered as pseudo-universe-level powers. However, the Wu people were a true universe-level power. Why would the Wu people appear here to help the barbarian tribe? Why are you Wu people interfering in our battle? An elder from the Taishu dynasty shouted. We're not interfering. We're just returning a favor to the barbarian emperor. The elder from the Wu people said in a hoarse voice. Then, the iron bell in his hand rang again. Clang. The continuous sound waves covered the square below. On the square, more people's bodies trembled violently. Their faces were pale. Those with weak cultivations died directly. Only those with higher cultivations could barely withstand the sound waves. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His face was pale. What a terrifying soul attack. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He had the Jingyu scroll, which could protect his soul. However, under this kind of attack, the Jingyu scroll could not completely protect him. The sound waves still penetrated his soul. This showed how terrifying the opponent was. Lu Ming was considered to be in a good condition. The other talents from the Taishu dynasty were on the verge of collapse. They spat out blood and looked terrible. However, the talents from the Tianyi sacred dynasty were not affected at all. Obviously, the opponent was only targeting the Taishu dynasty, not the Tianyi sacred dynasty. All of you, back off. Tianyi sacred emperor's voice rang in the ears of Qiu Qingtian and the others. The talents from the Tianyi sacred dynasty hurriedly retreated to the side of Tianyi sacred emperor and the others. Ha, old man, this time you've gathered all the talents from the Taishu dynasty. Then I'll kill all the talents from the Taishu dynasty. I'll end your era. How can you compete with the barbarian tribe in the future? The barbarian emperor's unbridled laughter rang out in the starry sky. Clang. The black iron bell rang again. This time, it seemed to be targeting Lu Ming and the other talents. Its power gathered and was undoubtedly stronger. Lu Ming's face was pale. The other talents were even worse. Some of them collapsed on the ground and screamed. Damn it. Don't even think about it. I'll kill you. Roars rang out one after another. In the square, figures shot up into the sky and charged toward the old man from the Wu people. These were all experts. There were heavenly kings from the Heavenly King Mansion and top experts from the royal family. They were all 7th or even 8th level divine lords. A total of 8 people charged toward the old man from the Wu people. The space exploded, and the scene was extremely shocking. There was a terrifying whistling sound. However, the old man from the Wu people's expression did not change. He even showed a hint of contempt. He waved his hand, and 8 puppets appeared in the sky. These puppets held all kinds of weapons in their hands. They rushed toward the experts from the Taishu dynasty and slashed down with their weapons. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The 8 experts from the Taishu dynasty were all blocked. No matter how they attacked, they could not get close to the old man from the Wu people. Many people's expressions were ugly. It was said that the Wu people's methods were strange and unpredictable. It was true that they could block 8 top experts with just a few puppets. Of course, this was also related to the old man's own strength. This old man from the Wu people was definitely a 9th level divine lord or even a quasi-emperor. The experts from the Taishu dynasty kept attacking, but they could not break through the defense for a while. Tianyi, are you just going to sit there and watch the show? Let's attack together and kill these barbarians. I will reward you greatly. The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice rang out. He wanted to invite the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty to attack together. However, the Tianyi sacred emperor smiled faintly and said, Brother Jing, this is between you and the barbarians. The Tianyi sacred dynasty will not interfere. You! The Great Void Saint Emperor was furious. Did he not know what the Tianyi sacred emperor was thinking? The Tianyi sacred dynasty wanted both sides to suffer. This was the most beneficial for the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Why should he interfere? The Taishu dynasty and the barbarians fought to the death. This was what the Tianyi sacred emperor wanted to see the most. Chapter 3505. Clang. The old man of the Wu people continued to attack. The iron bell rang, shaking the soul. Ah! Finally, there were some young heaven's favorites who couldn't hold on any longer. They let out shrill cries and their faces turned ferocious. In the end, their souls exploded and they died. Even the geniuses of the 9 general stars were struggling to hold on. Geniuses at the level of the 9 general stars would more or less have some means of soul defense or treasures that could block soul attacks. However, the opponent's soul power was too strong. It was said that the Wu people specialized in soul attacks. For example, the Jiuyou Heavenly Palace of the Taishu dynasty could also attack souls, but compared to the Wu people, it was child's play. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. They would all die. Buzz. At this moment, a layer of light spread out from the spectator stands and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that the sound wave attack outside was blocked. It was completely blocked. The pressure on him lessened and he heaved a sigh of relief. The other geniuses were the same. Lan Shu. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Blue Merchant had made a move. At this moment, Blue Merchant was floating above Lu Ming and the others. A layer of light spread out from between his eyebrows and blocked all the sound wave attacks. Blue Merchant's soul was abnormally strong. He had broken through to the Divine Lord realm with pure soul power. His soul power was so strong that even a quasi-emperor couldn't compare to it. After all, the others mainly focused on cultivating their star cores and divine power, not their souls. It was just that as their cultivation increased, their soul power would also increase accordingly. The old man of the Wu people frowned and seemed a little surprised. Then, the black mist around his body thickened, and the iron bell rang non-stop. The sound waves rushed down like a tide, but they were all blocked by Blue Merchant. What a strong soul. How can you have such a strong soul? The old man of the Wu people shouted in shock. He realized that Blue Merchant's soul was far stronger than his. He was from the Wu people and was born with a strong soul. Moreover, he had a soul cultivation technique that made his soul several times stronger than other cultivators of the same level. However, his soul power alone couldn't be as strong as Blue Merchant's. Blue Merchant didn't say a word. He used his soul power to protect Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, let's see how you block me. The old man of the Wu people shouted angrily. The iron bell in his hand kept growing until it was 100 meters tall. The center of the old shaman's brows also shone with a dazzling light that fused with the bell. Clang! Deafening bell chimes rang out one after another. Sound waves continued to surge downwards like a torrential river, flowing endlessly. The old man of the Wu people pushed his soul power to the extreme, wanting to destroy Blue Merchant's soul, but it was useless. Blue Merchant's forehead emitted a dazzling light that completely blocked the soul attack. Lan Shang's current soul force was already equivalent to second-level Divine Lord realm. This was pure soul force and did not have any divine power at all. Damn it, this person must have obtained some kind of soul treasure and had a heaven-defying encounter. Otherwise, his soul power wouldn't be so strong. Even the Wu people don't have that much soul power. The old man of the Wu people shouted in his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the bell stopped ringing. He didn't use the bell anymore. Instead, he wanted to use his divine power to kill Blue Merchant. But then, a shocking sword light slashed toward the old man of the Wu people. It was Holy Old Heavenly King. Holy Old Heavenly King slashed at the old man of the Wu people as he fought with a barbarian race expert. The old man of the Wu people was shocked. He quickly waved his hand, and a huge wooden puppet appeared. It held a battle sword and slashed out, clashing with Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. With a loud explosion, the huge wooden puppet retreated, but it also blocked Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. Ha ha ha, Barbarian Emperor, it seems like your plan to kill the prodigy of the Taishu dynasty is going to fail. The Great Void's Sacred Emperor's laughter came from the depths of space. I didn't expect the Taishu dynasty to have someone with such strong soul power. This is beyond my expectations. The Barbarian Emperor replied coldly. It's beyond your expectations. Today, all of you will stay here. The Great Void's Sacred Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the depths of the Great Void's sacred capital, a few terrifying auras spread out. When these auras burst out, heaven and earth trembled. The entire Great Void's sacred capital shook. So strong. Many people turned their gazes to the depths of the imperial palace, revealing looks of shock. These auras were too terrifying. They were not weaker than the Jun Wang, the Sixth Wangya, and the others. They were all top experts. There are indeed some old monsters in seclusion in the depths of the Taishu dynasty. The Tianyi sacred emperor whispered, but he was not too surprised. Any force would have some foundation. Their strength could not be what it looked like on the surface. The auras that appeared now were the foundation of the Taishu dynasty. They were some terrifying old monsters, but they were usually in seclusion. Whether it was the Tianyi sacred emperor or the barbarian tribe, they all had such a foundation. They would not make a move usually. They would only make a move at critical moments. Obviously, the Taishu dynasty had summoned these foundations. A few figures appeared from the depths of the palace. In the next moment, they came close and killed their way into the depths of space, killing those barbarian tribe elites. The Great Void's sacred emperor was determined to kill the barbarian tribe elites. He was furious. He was extremely furious. The destruction of the soul-cultivating flower had driven him crazy. He had to make the barbarian tribe stay so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. It's time to leave. At this moment, the barbarian emperor's voice sounded. You want to leave? Dream on. The Great Void's sacred emperor shouted and launched a storm of attacks at the barbarian emperor. Even one of the foundations of the Taishu dynasty rushed over to help the Great Void's sacred emperor kill the barbarian emperor. But at this moment, the barbarian emperor's body emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the space around his body was filled with ripples. Die! The Great Void's sacred emperor roared and punched the barbarian emperor. With a violent boom, the barbarian emperor's body disappeared in an instant. In its place was a scarecrow, which was shattered by the Great Void's sacred emperor's fist. At the same time, the other barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, they all turned into scarecrows. As for their true bodies, they had disappeared without a trace. All the barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, disappeared in an instant. Only the scarecrows were left. Substitution technique. The Great Void's sacred emperor roared. His face was extremely ferocious. Obviously, this was the work of the old man of the Wu people. They had long been prepared to use the substitution technique at the critical moment to teleport the barbarian emperor and the others away. The substitution technique was a strange technique of the Wu people. As long as it was set up in advance, it could teleport people away at the critical moment. It was really mysterious. Chapter 3506. Although the barbarian emperor and the others had teleportation arrays on their bodies, they needed time to activate them. In such a big battle, there was no chance to activate the teleportation arrays. As for the substitution technique, as long as it was set up in advance, they could be teleported away in an instant. This was how terrifying the Wu people were. The Wu people were a race that could be listed in the list of 10,000 primitive races. They were extremely powerful and were not something the barbarian race could compare to. Damn the Wu people! Taishu's Saint Emperor roared. Of course, he only roared. He did not dare to cause trouble for the Wu people. Although he was already a boundary emperor, if he encountered a real divine emperor, he would probably be slapped to death. There was no doubt that he would not be able to escape. The scene quieted down. The crown prince and the state preceptor sneered. There were many accidents today. Because of Lu Ming, the Taishu dynasty had defeated the Tianyi sacred dynasty and obtained the soul-nourishing flower. However, because of the barbarian emperor's appearance, the soul-nourishing flower was destroyed. At least the Taishu Saint Emperor could not obtain the soul-nourishing flower and achieve their goal. Lu Ming. The crown prince and the state preceptor's eyes flashed coldly. As for Lu Ming, they could get rid of him later. Brother Jing, the competition is over. We will take our leave. Tianyi Saint Emperor stood up and cupped his fists. Go ahead. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. He was unhappy that Tianyi Saint Emperor did not help him just now. Of course, he would not make Tianyi Saint Emperor stay. If Tianyi Saint Emperor could come here, he must be prepared. There were probably many top experts in the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, if he attacked Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others, it would only benefit the barbarian race. If the barbarian race and the Tianyi sacred dynasty joined forces, the Taishu dynasty would be in danger. Therefore, although he was angry, he would not attack Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others. Let's go. Tianyi Saint Emperor could not be bothered with the Taishu Saint Emperor. He shouted and left with his people. For a moment, only the people of the Taishu dynasty were left in the square. At this moment, no one made a sound. The scene fell into silence. Everyone knew that the Taishu Saint Emperor was definitely in a rage right now. He was like a bomb that would explode at the slightest touch. Whoever offended the Taishu Saint Emperor would probably end up in a miserable state. Just like that, the entire place fell into silence. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood high up in the sky, his body emanating a tyrannical aura. He seemed to be adjusting himself. Just like that, after a long while, the Taishu Saint Emperor finally retracted his violent aura. He floated down and landed on the square. Greetings, Saint Emperor. Everyone bowed. Forget it. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, and then his gaze descended onto Blue Merchant. His eyes glowed brightly as if he wanted to see through Blue Merchant. After a short while, a strange smile appeared on the corners of the Taishu Saint Emperor's mouth as he said, Blue Merchant, you really are a peerless genius. You were actually able to take another path and cultivate your soul to the divine monarch realm after your stellar core was destroyed. Not bad. Blue Merchant cupped his fists and said, You flatter me, Saint Emperor. I was just lucky to break through. Sometimes, luck is also a part of talent. The Saint Emperor smiled, and then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, your talent has exceeded my expectations. You can be said to be the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. You have even surpassed you. Also, this time, you have helped the sacred dynasty defeat the Tianyi sacred dynasty. I will definitely fulfill the conditions that I have promised you. I will definitely send people to search for your parents. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Saint Emperor, it would be much easier to find his parents. Alright, all of you can leave. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, seemingly tired. He took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the palace. The rest of the people also left. Lu Ming looked at Di Jianyi. He really had an impulse to kill Di Jianyi. However, when he saw Di Jianyi standing beside the crown prince and the imperial advisor, he knew that he could not do it. After that, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest left and returned to the hidden Dragon Duke's mansion. The news of the battle spread like wildfire. It spread throughout the Taishu Saint capital, and then the entire Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's fame was pushed to the peak. He also gained a lot of titles. He was the strongest genius in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He was also the leader of the 9 great generals. He was the youngest marquis in history and so on. In short, everyone knew who Lu Ming was all of a sudden. Many people even thought that if Lu Ming did not die, he would definitely break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm in the future and become the first person in the history of the Taishu dynasty to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Yes, in the history of the Taishu dynasty, no one had really reached the Divine Emperor realm, including the one who founded the Taishu dynasty. The Taishu dynasty had gone through 6 generations of Saint Emperors, and no one had broken through the bottleneck. Back then, Jing Yu was thought to be the most likely, but unfortunately, he had died. Now, Lu Ming was also thought to be the same. However, no matter how big the commotion outside was, Lu Ming stayed in the hidden Dragon Duke's mansion to cultivate. He did not return to the heavenly chaos starfield. He stayed in the Taishu Saint capital to wait for news of his parents. This wait lasted for a year. After a year, the Taishu Saint Emperor sent someone to see Lu Ming. There was news of his parents. The Saint Emperor has investigated. Your parents might have been taken away and locked in a remote galaxy in the Dark Pine starfield. Here is the map. An elder handed a map to Lu Ming and then left. The Taishu Saint Emperor was only helping him investigate. As for the rescue, he still had to rely on himself. Dark Pine starfield. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He immediately called for Yuan Tsong and a few other 6th-level divine monarchs from the Dark Ape fighting race to save his parents. Lu Ming, I will go with you. If we encounter any array or soul attacks, I can help. Blue Merchant said as he walked over. All right. Lu Ming nodded after pondering for a while. Indeed, Blue Merchant was strong in soul attacks and arrays. Yuan Tsong and the others could not replace him. Lu Ming, this incident is very strange. I have a bad feeling about it. So, we should go back to the Hidden Dragon Star and bring Yuan Huan with us, just in case. Blue Merchant said. Yuan Huan was already an 8th heaven divine king and had cultivated the primitive divine body. He was strong and it would be safer to bring him along. All right. Lu Ming nodded. They immediately left the Taishu Saint capital and returned to the Hidden Dragon Star. Then, they brought Yuan Huan and a few other Dark Ape fighting tribe experts to the Dark Pine starfield. Taishu Saint capital, deep in the palace, in a hall. The Taishu Saint Emperor was at the top of the hall. Below him, a few figures stood respectfully. Has Lu Ming and the rest left? The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Chapter 3507. Your Majesty, they have already set off not long ago. A black-robed old man said respectfully. Lan Shang, do you want to join us? The Great Void Sage Emperor asked with anticipation. As you expected, Blue Merchant and Lu Ming have set off together. The black-robed old man replied. Good, good, good. The Great Void Sage Emperor said good 3 times. His eyes shone brightly and he seemed to be extremely excited. This Blue Merchant's soul power suddenly erupted and reached the Divine Lord realm. He must have obtained some soul-type treasure. If I can obtain such a treasure, I might be able to rejuvenate my soul and extend my lifespan. The Great Void Sage Emperor muttered. His eyes were filled with greed. Previously, when Blue Merchant showed his terrifying soul power, the Great Void Sage Emperor had his suspicions. He suspected that Blue Merchant must have obtained some powerful soul-type treasure. This was the treasure he needed the most. Whether it was useful or not, he had to obtain it. The Dark Pine Star region was very far away from the Great Void Sage Emperor. It was a remote star region of the Taishu dynasty, just like the Qin Tian star region. Lu Ming and the rest went through a wormhole and arrived not far from the Dark Pine Star region. Then, they rushed towards a destination according to the map. With their current speed, they were too fast. They left planets behind them one by one. Before long, a huge planet appeared in front of them. This was a desolate planet. It was a dead planet. There were no living beings around it. There were no other planets or stars. It was filled with silence and desolation. It was also dark. This was very remote. If not for the map, they wouldn't have been able to find it. The map showed that Lu Ming's parents were on this planet. Let's go. Lu Ming muttered. Then, they retracted their auras and flew towards the planet. Soon, they landed on the planet. It was dark and desolate. There were no living beings. They followed a direction and slowly searched. Not long after, fog appeared in front of them. It was extremely dense. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Blue Merchant cautioned. His soul power was strong and his senses were sharp. Shoo shoo. As soon as Lan Shang finished his words, there was a terrifying air-rending sound in the surroundings. The void exploded and a few sword gleams pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their speed was shockingly fast. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he would not be able to withstand even one of these sword lights. He would be killed in one strike. Be careful. Yuan Huan and the rest were very fast, surrounding Lu Ming and Blue Merchant in the middle. Following that, several 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Race members punched out. Boom! The void was pierced as the fist of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members collided with the sword light. A terrifying explosion was heard, but the sword light was not destroyed. It was only deflected. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were also pushed back. 6th-level Divine Lord Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were shocked. Clearly, the other party was also a 6th-level Divine Lord since he could repel the 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members. Who was it that kidnapped his parents and actually sent out a 6th-level Divine Lord to protect them? Moreover, there were several of them. Swoosh! 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 The sword lights retreated and charged towards them again. The 6th-level Divine Lord Realm experts were about to charge forward again. Don't make a move. Protect the Mansion Lord and the rest. Yuan Song shouted as he rushed out. As though he had sensed a trace of danger, he ordered the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members to retreat. Boom! 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 The strength of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members was at the 7th-level Divine Lord Realm. How powerful was he? As he punched out continuously, his fist force broke through the void and could kill 6th-level Divine Lords. But at this moment, one of the sword lights suddenly exploded, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that far exceeded the 6th-level Divine Lord Realm. It clashed with Yuan Song's fist continuously. A few terrifying explosions rang out, and a violent force swept out. A huge explosion occurred on the planet beneath their feet. In an instant, magma soared into the sky and the entire planet exploded. But the lava fragments formed by the explosion were all turned into ashes under the energy of Yuan Song and that sword light's collision, turning into cosmic dust. Following that, Yuan Song's figure swayed and he retreated 3 steps in a row. And the sword light that he got also drifted back. 7th-level Divine Lord Realm. Lu Ming and the rest sucked in a cold breath. The other party actually had a 7th-level Divine Lord Realm expert. Fortunately, Yuan Song sensed danger just now and personally took action. Otherwise, those 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members would be in danger. At least one of them would be killed. The planet exploded. Lu Ming and the rest stood in the cosmic void. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a flash, many figures in black robes appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 12 of them and they surrounded them. Who are you guys? Why did you kidnap my parents? Lu Ming shouted. Kidnap your parents? We don't know where your parents are at all. One of the black-robed men sneered. What? Lu Ming was shocked. If the other party didn't know where his parents were, then why did the Taishu Saint Emperor say that? Could it be that the Taishu Saint Emperor was lying to him? Lu Ming, it seems like we've fallen into a trap. This is an ambush. Blue Merchant's face turned ugly. That's right. You've fallen into a trap. This is indeed an ambush. Don't think of leaving today. A cold voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's aura was even more terrifying. 8th-level Divine Lord Realm. Yuan Huan said with a grave expression. The other party actually sent out an 8th-level Divine Lord Realm expert. Taishu Saint Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Needless to say, these people were sent by the Taishu Saint Emperor. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Taishu dynasty who could send out such a lineup. But why did the Taishu Saint Emperor send people to ambush them? Why did he want to kill them? Thoughts spun in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, it seems like we've really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you even have an 8th-level Divine Lord Realm existence by your side. That 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed man looked at Yuan Huan. This was really somewhat unexpected. Originally, They thought that the strongest person by Lu Ming's side should only be the 7th level Divine Lord Yuan Huan. Because when Lu Ming submitted his merits at the Grand Council, the rest Shadow Stone showed the scene of Yuan Huan taking action. 7th level Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. But it didn't show Yuan Huan. They didn't expect that there was actually an 8th level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side. Yuan Huan, you protect Battle Ancestor well. Leave these people to me. Yuan Huan stepped forward. A powerful aura spread out, making the entire starry sky tremble. The faces of those 6th level Divine Lord and even 7th level Divine Lord black-robed men changed drastically and involuntarily retreated repeatedly. Kill. Suddenly, Yuan Huan suddenly attacked. An iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod swept out, incomparably huge, enveloping all the black-robed men. Chapter 3508. Yuan Huan suddenly attacked, his aura shocking. The iron staff was as large as a planet, sweeping across the starry sky. 8th level Divine Lord, the moment he attacked, he displayed terrifying power. However, the other party was clearly long prepared. The instant Yuan Huan attacked, that 8th level Divine Lord black-robed man also attacked. A resplendent sword light illuminated the pitch-black universe. No idea how long it was, it slashed toward Yuan Huan. With a clank, the sword light collided with the iron staff, erupting with an earth-shaking rumble. One blast of force after another burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind one imprint after another that was who knows how many miles long. Yuan Huan and the black-robed man retreated at the same time. You all go and carry out the mission. Leave this person to me. The 8th level Divine Lord black-robed man said to the other black-robed men. Yes. Those black-robed men received the order. Their figures flickered, rushing toward Lu Ming they all. And the 8th level Divine Lord black-robed man attacked again. Sword light shocking the heavens, killing toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan wanted to rescue Lu Ming they all, but the other party was too strong. He could only do his best to resist. The two instantly exchanged more than a dozen moves. While the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Courting death. Yuan Huan roared, his iron fists blasting out continuously. The starry sky exploded. One terrifying fist force after another pierced through the starry sky, sweeping across the starry sky, killing toward those black-robed men. But two dazzling sword lights burst forth, the power not the slightest bit weaker than Yuan Huan. The other party actually had two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses. Bang! Bang! Two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses joining hands, their strength was too strong, instantly suppressing Yuan Huan, making him retreat repeatedly. Kill! Following that, the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Retreat! Lu Ming they all retreated hastily, but the other party pursued closely, their speed astonishing. One sword light after another enveloped toward Lu Ming they all. Kill! Protect War Ancestor! The remaining Dark Ape fighting race members shouted, raising their combat power to the extreme. While protecting Lu Ming and Blue Merchant, they also fought with these black-robed men. These people's cultivations were too high. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were no match for them. For a time, a chaotic battle broke out in this area, and it was a complete mess. However, Lu Ming and the others were no match for them. After all, they had fewer people and were suppressed. Apart from Yuan Huan and Yuan Song, Lu Ming had brought a total of 6 6th level Divine Lords from the Dark Ape fighting race. However, the other party had a total of 11 people. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had cultivated the Ghost Battle Art, they would have been defeated long ago. Even so, they were still no match for them. They could only form a circle around Lu Ming and Blue Merchant to protect them. They only had the power to defend and had no power to counterattack. After all, those black-robed men possessed extremely powerful battle prowess. They were no ordinary people. Far away, Yuan Huan and that 8th level Divine Lord existence's great battle became even more intense. From the looks of it, you should have just broken through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm not long ago. You're no match for me. Hunting sword, kill, kill, kill. The 8th level Divine Lord Black-Robed Man roared. His sword light was endless. Every sword was a killing move, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. For a time, Yuan Huan was actually forced to retreat. Die. The 8th level Divine Lord Black-Robed Man shouted coldly. Who can you kill? Yuan Huan shouted. He used the ghost battle art to the extreme and raised his battle prowess to the extreme. Following that, his body swelled rapidly and turned into a giant ape. This was the primordial divine body. Yuan Huan's cultivation was extremely high. Moreover, he was able to cultivate to the peak of the 7th level Divine Lord realm. His talent was extremely shocking. Therefore, during this period of time, Yuan Huan had already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 4th transformation. Roar! Yuan Huan roared. The iron rod swept across the sky and swept out. Clang! The iron rod collided with the other party's longsword once again. This time, the sword light shook violently and the black-robed man was forced to retreat. Primordial divine body. The other party shouted in shock. Roar! At this moment, Yuan Song and the other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members all displayed the primordial divine body. Among them, Yuan Song's primordial divine body was also cultivated to the 4th transformation. The other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were weaker and were only at the 3rd transformation. Even so, their battle prowess had increased by a notch. Yuan Song was fighting 1 against 2. At first, he was completely at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, he had turned the tables and temporarily stabilized the situation. The 6th level Divine Lord Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members also temporarily blocked the other party's attack. Damn it. All of you have the primordial divine body. How could all of you have cultivated the primordial divine body? The black-robed man roared in disbelief. The primordial divine body was a powerful physique secret technique. The cultivation conditions were extremely harsh. It wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one wanted to. Firstly, one needed the cultivation method of the primordial divine body. This was already very rare and precious. Moreover, even if one had the cultivation method of the primordial divine body, the cultivation conditions were also very harsh. It was understandable that 1 or 2 geniuses could cultivate it. But why were all the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members able to cultivate it? Kill! Yuan Huan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the black-robed man. He launched a violent attack. The black-robed man kept swinging his iron rod at the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man was suppressed and was forced to retreat. Hold on. Wait for me to kill this man. I'll come and save you. Yuan Huan shouted and transmitted his voice to Yuan Song and the others. As long as he defeated the black-robed man, the situation would be completely reversed. Don't worry. Yuan Song and the others replied. Lu Ming had been observing the black-robed man's attacks. Something's not right. The black-robed man's target seems to be Lan Shu. He has been staring at Lan Shu. His murderous intent has also shrouded Lan Shu. More attacks are also directed at Lan Shu. Lu Ming's mind raced. He was very surprised. He had thought that the black-robed man's target was him. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. This was because the black-robed man's murderous intent didn't land on him at all. Instead, it landed on Blue Merchant. He was just collateral damage. Clearly, Blue Merchant had also noticed this point. His eyes flickered, and he was also surprised. Yuan Song and the 6th level Divine Lords from the Dark Ape Combat Tribe blocked the black-robed man's attacks. Meanwhile, Yuan Huan's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! The 8th level Divine Lord roared. He knew that they had miscalculated this time. He didn't expect that there would be an 8th level Divine Lord by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, they had cultivated the primordial divine body. Originally, with their strength, killing Lu Ming, Yuan Song, and the others would be easy. However, they didn't expect Yuan Huan to be here. At this moment, Yuan Huan's battle strength was extremely violent. He had already suppressed him. After a long battle, he would definitely lose. Clang! Right at this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out in the distant starry sky. A dazzling sword light was like a celestial flying from outer space. It crossed the vast starry sky and slashed toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan's expression changed drastically because this sword light could already pose a fatal threat to him. At the crucial moment, the iron staff in his hand changed. It swept away several staff shadows and blasted toward the sword light. Clang! Several deafening explosions rang out. Yuan Huan's staff shadows disappeared. His figure swayed slightly, and he retreated a few steps. Chapter 3509. A terrifying swordlight forced Yuan Huan back. Following that, the void flashed and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's speed was astonishing. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Yuan Huan. 8th level Divine Lord. Yuan Huan's expression was incomparably solemn. I really didn't expect them to have such a powerful existence. Fortunately, the Lord was considerate and let us follow you secretly just in case. Otherwise, you'll be doomed today. The black-robed man who appeared behind said coldly. You? Who else? The black-robed man from before said. Me. A cold voice came from the starry sky not far away. Following that, another figure appeared. Another extremely terrifying expert. Yuan Huan's heart sank and his expression became ugly. In the next moment, Yuan Huan turned around and rushed towards Lu Ming's side. Go! Yuan Huan growled. His violent aura rushed towards the black-robed men who were surrounding Yuan Huan and Lu Ming. Yuan Huan's strength was so strong that his aura was like a wave. Those black-robed men were instantly scattered and retreated in all directions. The encirclement of Lu Ming's group also dispersed. Go quickly! Yuan Huan roared anxiously. Because the two black-robed men who appeared behind him were too powerful. They were both 8th level Divine Lords. Yuan Huan was still confident in dealing with one such person. But 2, he would lose without a doubt. If there were 3, it would definitely be a dead end. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest also knew the seriousness of the matter and flew back one after another. Want to leave? Today, none of you can think about leaving. Kill! The two black-robed men who appeared behind him said coldly. Their figures flashed like black phantoms, sweeping across the universe's starry sky and rushing towards Lu Ming's group. Their speed was shockingly fast. Before they arrived, a terrifying sword light had already slashed towards Lu Ming's group. The sword light was shocking, spanning a boundless distance and was incomparably huge. It completely enveloped Lu Ming's group. No matter how they dodged, they were enveloped by the sword light. You guys go first. I'll hold them back. Yuan Huan roared. He turned around and waved his iron staff, sweeping away thousands of soldiers as he attacked the two sword lights. 2 loud explosions rang out, and Yuan Huan's body shook violently as he retreated. At this moment, a resplendent sword light pierced towards Yuan Huan. It was that 8th level Divine Lord black-robed person who exchanged blows with Yuan Huan previously. This sword was too fast. And Yuan Huan had just been repelled at this time and found it hard to dodge. Yuan Huan roared and barely managed to move back a distance. However, he still couldn't completely dodge the attack. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Yuan Huan's abdomen and blood flowed out. You want to block it? Let's see how you're going to block it alone. One of the black-robed men sneered. His sword light surged once again as he charged towards Yuan Huan. While the remaining 7th level Divine Lord and 6th level Divine Lord black-robed people continued rushing towards Lu Ming, they all. Boom! Boom! After a few more moves, Yuan Huan was forced back again and again. Another sword wound appeared on his body, penetrating his bones. The situation was perilous. Once Yuan Huan was defeated, Lu Ming and the others would definitely die. Ha ha ha. Die for me. Kill them. Remember, capture that guy alive first. Search his body for treasures that are useful to Lord before killing him. Some of the black-robed people laughed loudly and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Right at this moment, the void exploded. A saber light slashed out, slashing directly onto one of the black-robed people. This black-robed person had 6th level Divine Lord cultivation, but he couldn't resist at all. He was directly split into two by the saber light, dying on the spot. Who's there? Several black-robed people roared in shock as they retreated. The void filled up. After that, one figure after another appeared. There was a total of 7 people. These 7 people were wrapped in blood-red robes from head to toe. Their faces couldn't be seen at all. Kill. After these red-robed people appeared, they charged towards the black-robed people. Moreover, their strength was very shocking. The person in the lead had a terrifying aura. He was an 8th level Divine Lord expert. He charged towards Yuan Huan and slashed down with his saber, charging towards one of the black-robed people. As for the other red-robed people, they also charged towards the black-robed people and the battle became a mess. What's going on? Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were a little confused. Who sent these red-robed people? They actually came to help them. So many experts. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there weren't many forces that could send out so many experts, right? Moreover, how did they know that Lu Ming and the others would be ambushed here? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly, but he couldn't think of a reason. However, they naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The Dark Ape fighting race fought back and finally blocked the black-robed people. However, they were still at a disadvantage in the peak battlefield. Although there was an additional red-robed person joining forces with Yuan Huan, they were still only 2 people. The other party had 3 people. Yuan Huan and the red-robed person were at a disadvantage. Who are you people? How dare you spoil our plans? You're courting death. A black-robed person shouted, his voice cold. However, the red-robed person didn't say a word and attacked with all his might. Universe ring. Suddenly, a cold voice came from above the starry sky. Then, golden light shone brightly. A golden collar suddenly flew out and smashed toward an 8th level Divine Lord black-robed person. Rumble. The starry sky kept exploding. That golden collar's power was terrifying to the extreme, piercing through the universe's starry sky. Not good. The 3 black-robed people's faces changed drastically. Their voices trembled, revealing a look of horror. Then, they retreated frantically. However, it was already too late. One of the black-robed people was shrouded by the golden collar. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break out. No! He roared. In the next instant, the golden collar smashed into his body. This terrifying 8th level Divine Lord existence's body directly exploded, turning into ashes. An 8th level Divine Lord expert died just like that. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. In the next instant, they discovered that a figure had appeared above the starry sky at some point in time. This figure was also shrouded in layers of fog, completely unable to see the appearance. It seemed that these people who appeared today were all unwilling to show their true faces to others. However, this figure's figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. She gave a light cry and controlled the golden collar, smashing it toward the second 8th level Divine Lord existence. Those 2 8th level Divine Lord black-robed people retreated wildly, not daring to resist at all. Because they already sensed that the person who appeared last was too terrifying, surpassing 8th level Divine Lord. It was very likely a 9th level Divine Lord existence. Divine Lord realm, the difference of 1 level was the difference between heaven and earth. It was instant kill. A 9th level Divine Lord was not what they could contend with at all. They could only retreat. You all hold them back, I'll kill them. That figure who appeared at the back opened her mouth, the voice crisp. It was clearly a woman. Only at this time did Yuan Huan and those red-robed people react to it, charging toward the other party one after another, wanting to hold the other party back. Chapter 35:10. As for the woman, she controlled the Vajra ring to attack an 8th level Divine Lord. The black-robed man frantically retreated, but the Vajra ring's speed was astonishing. It turned into a golden light and instantly caught up to him. The black-robed man roared and slashed out a sword light with all his strength. This sword was incomparably stunning. No matter what planet it was, it would be destroyed by this sword. The starry sky was split open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Clang! In the end, the sword slashed the Vajra ring. The sword light shook violently and then directly exploded. In the end, even the black-robed man's battle sword exploded. The Vajra ring didn't stop. It carried boundless power as it bombarded the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. In just a short while, 2 8th level Divine Lords were killed in succession. This scene was simply explosive. 8th level Divine Lords were definitely peak experts in the Taishu dynasty. One had to know that some of the weaker heavenly kings were only 7th level Divine Lords. These people were all existences on equal footing with heavenly kings. But now, they were being killed one after another. There was only one 8th level Divine Lord left. This person was incomparably terrified. He frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, Yuan Huan and the red-robed man pursued relentlessly. They constantly attacked and entangled this person, preventing him from activating the teleportation formation on his body to escape. At this time, the woman above controlled the Vajra ring and attacked. Who are you? I'm telling you, I'm His Majesty the Sacred Emperor's people. How dare you kill us? This is a great crime worthy of 9 familial extermination. Roared the black-robed man. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his identity because the higher-ups had instructed him not to. But now that his life was on the line, he couldn't care so much. He could only use the Taishu Sacred Emperor as a deterrent. Unfortunately, whether it was Yuan Huan, the red-robed man, or the woman above, they didn't hesitate at all. They didn't stop attacking. You're all treacherous. The final 8th level Divine Lord only had time to let out an unwilling roar before he was struck by the Vajra ring and killed. At this point, the 3 8th level Divine Lord black-robed men had all been killed. As for the remaining black-robed men, they were nearly scared to death. They frantically tried to escape, but Yuan Song, the Nether Ape battle race, and the red-robed men firmly held them back. At this time, Yuan Huan and the others charged over. You're all treacherous, the black-robed men frantically resisted, but the result was already decided. Not long after, all of the black-robed men were killed. Thank you all Divine Lord for your help. I know who sent you. You've been sent here, but I don't know who sent you. Divine Lords Divine Lord. For the black-robed man, for the woman. No need, we just don't want those people to succeed. Of the Divine Lord and the black Horabed men's. Divine. The woman in the starry sky spoke. She was still shrouded in mist, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. After she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she disappeared without a trace. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were cold. This time, it was obvious that the Divine Void Divine Lord had tricked him into coming here. He had set up an ambush to kill them. Moreover, the Divine Void Divine Lord's target seemed to be Blue Merchant. Could it be because of the Soul Mother? Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of this. Lu Ming, you should have guessed it. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Void Divine Lord wants to kill me and take the Soul Mother for himself. Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming. His expression was ugly. He had also thought of this. Back at the Divine Void Divine Lord's birthday, I used my soul power to block the soul attack of the Wu people. Although I didn't use the Soul Mother, the Divine Void Divine Lord must have suspected that I had obtained a precious soul treasure. And now, he has a strong desire for all soul treasures. That's why he sent people to ambush us. Lan Shang continued to speak, and his speculations were not far from the mark. Those red-robed men and that woman seemed to be from 2 different factions. Who sent them? Why would they save us? Lu Ming frowned. He was still very puzzled. Those who know about the Divine Emperor's plan are most likely people by his side. Those red-robed men, if I'm not wrong, were sent by the Crown Prince. Blue Merchant said. The Crown Prince? This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. The Crown Prince sent them? The Crown Prince actually sent people to save them? Didn't the Crown Prince want to cut Lu Ming into pieces? Why would he send people to save them? This answer was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. As if seeing Lu Ming's confusion, Blue Merchant said, if it was only the Divine Emperor who wanted to kill you, the Crown Prince would definitely clap his hands in joy. Why would he save you? But if there was some treasure that could extend the Divine Emperor's lifespan, the Crown Prince naturally wouldn't watch the Divine Emperor succeed. With Blue Merchant's explanation, Lu Ming understood. The Divine Emperor's lifespan was coming to an end. After the Divine Emperor died, the Crown Prince would succeed to the throne. If the Divine Emperor's lifespan was extended, how could the Crown Prince succeed to the throne? Therefore, compared to Lu Ming's life, the Divine Emperor's position was more important. That was why the Crown Prince sent people to sabotage and prevent the Divine Emperor from succeeding. In that case, who sent that woman? Lu Ming thought of that woman again. There weren't many 9th-level Divine Lords in the entire Taishu dynasty, right? I don't know. I can't see through her at all. Lan Shang shook his head and furrowed his brows. They discussed for a while but still couldn't figure out the woman's background. Then, they didn't stay any longer and left. After a period of time, they were far away from Dark Pine Galaxy before stopping. Lan Shu, the Taishu Divine Emperor didn't get the treasure on you this time. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. He'll definitely send people to deal with you again. Lu Ming frowned, his expression grave. He was very unhappy, very unhappy. He didn't get any news of his parents, and now, Blue Merchant was targeted by the Taishu Divine Emperor. This made him furious and frustrated. Lu Ming, calm down. Your parents should be fine. The other party wants to use your parents to threaten you, so won't they do anything to your parents? Therefore, at this time, he has to raise his strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the force you control, and the more weight you carry. The more weight you carry, the more the other party will value you, and the more value you will have to be used. Your parents will be safer. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As for me, it looks like I'll have to play dead. Blue Merchant continued. Play dead? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Playing dead was indeed a good idea. Chapter 35:11. But how should they carry it out? After that, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant discussed and came up with a plan. They could borrow Yi Tian's power and lead the trouble to the barbarian tribe. They did it right away. They immediately went to Yi Tian's place of contact and discussed with him to make a plan. Then, Lu Ming returned to the Hidden Dragon Star and led the Dark Ape fighting tribe to the battlefield of the barbarian tribe. Not long after, a piece of news spread rapidly in the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming led people to fight the barbarian tribe and was ambushed by them. They suffered heavy casualties. Even Jing Yu's teacher, Blue Merchant, died in the battle and his body was taken away by the barbarian tribe. Moreover, the recording of the Rest Shadow Stone was circulated. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. After all, Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher. He was extremely talented and was a top expert in the Taishu dynasty. Unfortunately, because of Jing Yu's case, his star core was destroyed and he died in the hands of the barbarian tribe. It was really a pity. This big show was naturally planned by Lu Ming and Yi Tian. Everything was fake, but they acted as if it was real. Taishu Dynasty, Imperial Palace Hall. Damn it. In the hall, there was a furious roar. The violent aura shrouded the entire Imperial Palace. Many guards were trembling with pale faces. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the hall, there were a few people standing below. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. Taishu's Saint Emperor sat at the top. His face was distorted and full of ferocious murderous intent. Damn it. Damn Blue Merchant, damn Lu Ming, damn the barbarian tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor continued to roar in anger. He didn't understand why things turned out this way. He had arranged everything flawlessly. He pretended to have found Lu Ming's parents and deceived Lu Ming and the rest to go over. Then, he sent experts to ambush them. There were more than a dozen experts, all of whom were above the 6th Divine Lord Realm. There were even 3 8th Divine Lord Realm experts. However, they never returned. There was no news. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. How was this possible? There were so many experts by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, now that the Blue Merchant had been killed by the barbarian tribe and his corpse had fallen into the hands of the barbarian tribe, wouldn't that mean that the soul treasure was also with the barbarian tribe? Therefore, he was furious. This was related to his lifespan. He was unable to restrain his anger, and his killing intent was almost uncontrollable. After a long while, the Taishu's Saint Emperor's aura finally calmed down. Men, send a message to the Berserker Emperor. Tell him that I'm willing to buy back the Blue Merchant's corpse at a high price. The Great Void Saint Emperor ordered. They naturally had a way to pass the news to the Barbaric Emperor. But after a period of time, the Barbarian Emperor replied with only 2 words, "No way." The Barbarian tribe and the Taishu dynasty were mortal enemies. Not long ago, the two sides had fought a great battle at the Taishu Saint Emperor's birthday banquet. How could the Barbaric Emperor agree to the Great Void Saint Emperor's request? He did not even need to check or ask. As long as it was beneficial to the Great Void Saint Emperor, he would reject it. Barbarian Emperor, you're courting death. Men, give me the order to attack the barbarian tribe. I want to destroy the barbarian tribe. At the same time, mobilize the troops of all the heavenly kings and marquises' mansions and attack the barbarian tribe together. The Great Void Saint Emperor had gone mad. He wanted to launch an all-out attack on the barbarian tribe. Following the Taishu Saint Emperor's orders, the entire Taishu Holy Court was shaken. All the heavenly kings' manors and marquis manors sent out their experts to join the army. Together with the imperial army, they charged towards the barbarian tribe. Of course, the barbarian tribe was not weak either. They mobilized a huge army to fight the Taishu dynasty. A terrifying war had broken out. The Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe fought at the border. The war was endless, and a large number of experts fell every day. However, the Taishu dynasty was only slightly stronger than the barbarian tribe. How could it be easy to destroy the barbarian tribe? For a time, both sides were in a stalemate. Both sides had victories and losses, and the war was hard to determine. Lu Ming naturally led the Nether Ape fighting tribe to fight the barbarian tribe. Of course, he was just putting on an act. After a few battles, he brought his people back to the hidden dragon star and let the Nether Ape fighting tribe cultivate in peace. Just like that, 10 years passed in a flash. In these 10 years, the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe were still at war. However, it was not as crazy as before. Both sides were in a stalemate, and sometimes there would be a big battle. At this time, Lu Ming received a piece of good news. It was sent to him by Yi Tian. He finally found the whereabouts of the mid-autumn moon. More than 100 years ago, someone found traces of the autumn moon in the north of the barbarian tribe. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the autumn moon seemed to have disappeared in the lost galaxy in the north of the barbarian tribe. Lost galaxy? Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn. Lu Ming had heard of the legend of the lost galaxy. It was said that the lost galaxy was in the north of the barbarian tribe. It was a very strange galaxy. No matter what cultivation you had, as long as you entered the lost galaxy, you could forget about coming out. Throughout history, countless powerful existences, including top experts above the 7th Divine Lord Realm, had never returned. No one had ever come out. What happened? How did the mid-autumn moon enter the lost galaxy? Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Needless to say, the mid-autumn moon must have encountered some special circumstances. Otherwise, how could she enter the lost galaxy? No, I must go and find the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming's face was filled with determination. No matter how terrifying the lost galaxy was, he had to make a trip. He could not leave the mid-autumn moon behind. Even if it was dangerous, he had to go. Moreover, he had to go immediately. The lost galaxy was strange and unpredictable. He did not know what dangers there would be. If he went later, the mid-autumn moon would be in greater danger. Immediately, he gathered Yuan Huan and Yuan Song and told them about this matter. Blue Merchant was naturally not here. Instead, he stayed with Yi Tian for the time being. You want to go to the lost galaxy? That's too dangerous. For countless years, no one who went in has ever come out. Lu Ming, you have to think carefully. Yuan Huan advised. I know it's dangerous, but this time, I have to go. After I leave, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, I'll definitely come out. Lu Ming said with incomparable determination. This, Yuan Huan and Yuan Song looked hesitant. However, they had been with Lu Ming for some time. They knew Lu Ming's character. Once he made up his mind, it was useless even if others tried to persuade him. Since the battle ancestor has a request, we'll go with you. We can take care of each other. Yuan Huan said. That's right. Let's go together. Yuan Song added. No, you have to stay here. If you go with me, who will be responsible for this place? Lu Ming rejected directly. Then I'll go with the battle ancestor. With the clan leader here, there must be someone with the battle ancestor. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. Yuan Song said. He had to go with Lu Ming. Chapter 35:12. In the end, Lu Ming decided to bring Ape Song to the Lost Galaxy while Ape Huan oversaw the hidden dragon star. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming set off on the same day. Ape Song brought Lu Ming along at an astonishing speed, flying along the northern border of the barbarian race. Although they encountered the barbarian race along the way, with Ape Song leading the way, there were no obstacles at all. After a period of time, they finally arrived at the Lost Galaxy. Looking from afar, a galaxy was suspended in the universe, shining with silver-white starlight. It was incomparably dazzling. From the looks of it, it seemed to be slowly rotating. The galaxy was actually not like a river. Looking from outside the galaxy was circular and slowly rotating. It was incomparably mysterious. Let's go. Lu Ming whispered and flew toward the Lost Galaxy with Ape Kong. As they got closer and closer, Lu Ming and Ape Song finally flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy. When they flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy, a burst of dazzling light shone, so bright that the two could not open their eyes. After a few breaths, the dazzling light disappeared. Lu Ming and Ape Song looked around, and then their expressions changed. Originally, they had just entered the edge of the Lost Galaxy, but now when they looked back, there was a vast starry sky behind them. Lonely planets were suspended in the air, and they could not see the end of it. They could not see other galaxies at all. The two tried to fly backward, but after flying for hundreds of millions of miles, they still could not fly out of the Lost Galaxy. They were really lost. It seems that the Lost Galaxy has a terrifying field energy. Once a living creature enters, it will be lost and can't find the way out. Lu Ming frowned. Autumn Moon had been here for so many years, what had happened? Ape Song, let's go. Lu Ming said to Ape Song, then flew in the opposite direction. But after a while, Lu Ming stopped, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Battle Ancestor, what's wrong? Ape Song asked. I don't know why, but ever since I entered the Lost Star River, my blood seems to be flowing faster. The primordial god blood in my body seems to be slightly pulsating, as if it is responding to something. Yes, it's an inexplicable response. Lu Ming said. He really felt that way. Sense? Where is that feeling coming from? Yuan Song's eyes lit up as he asked. There. Lu Ming pointed in a direction. If I'm not wrong, there must be something in that direction that attracted the war ancestor. Maybe the war ancestor is lucky enough to find the autumn moon girl on the way out? Yuan Song said. Could it be mid-autumn moon? Let's go. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he quickly flew in that direction. The ape followed closely behind. In the Lost Star River, one would not be able to distinguish directions. Moreover, during the process of flying, the direction would constantly change. At first, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was in front of him, but after flying for a while, the feeling appeared on the right. Lu Ming flew to the right again, and after a while, it became behind him again. Sometimes it was right, sometimes it was left, sometimes it was in front, and sometimes it was behind him. It was constantly changing, incomparably strange, and difficult to grasp. If they did not have that feeling, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Just like that, they flew for a full month. After flying for a month, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the place where he felt the feeling. Who's there? At that moment, Yuan Song suddenly shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Lu Ming was shocked and he stopped in his tracks. He, I didn't expect someone to come in again. It's been a long time since a good meal was delivered. This time, I can eat to my heart's content again. A sneer was heard, and then the void spread. A huge python suddenly appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and stared at Lu Ming and Yuan Song eerily. A python had appeared in the Lost Star River. The python stuck out its tongue, sweeping Lu Ming's body back and forth, and said coldly, "Young man, I like young people the most. The taste is fresh and tender. The last time a girl came in, the taste was really good." The python said coldly. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming's head roared, as if it was about to explode. The last time a girl came in? Could it be the autumn moon? At this moment, Lu Ming emitted a terrifying killing intent. Yuan Song, kill him for me. No, cripple him first. Lu Ming roared. Bang! Lu Ming's voice had just faded when Yuan Song directly attacked. Grabbing with a large hand, a huge palm grabbed toward the python. 7th level Divine Lord, ah, damn it. The python roared in horror. Its huge body twisted, turning around to flee. He had 5th level Divine Lord cultivation, 2 levels lower than Yuan Kong. The moment he discovered Yuan Song's cultivation, he did not dare to stay at all. However, with a difference of 2 levels, how could he possibly escape? Yuan Song's large hand grabbed down, covering the firmament, enveloping the starry sky within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Then, he grabbed the python. The python struggled fiercely, but when Yuan Song squeezed hard, the python cried out miserably. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. You really ate a young woman? Lu Ming asked with red eyes. No, I'm lying to you guys. I did see a young woman, but before I made a move, she ran away. I can swear on my life source that I really didn't eat her. Spare me. The python cried out miserably. Lu Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Since the other party dared to swear on his life source, it was most likely true. The woman you mentioned, what did she look like? Lu Ming asked. Very beautiful, like a fairy. Immediately, the python described it again. It was really the autumn moon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moment the other party described, he knew that it was indeed the autumn moon. You're a 5th level Divine Lord, how could you let her run away? You'd better not lie to me. Lu Ming said coldly. It's true. I did want to make a move at that time, but there was an expert beside that girl. I didn't dare to make a move. The python said. An expert? Lu Ming frowned and asked again, then do you know where that woman went after that? I don't know. I really don't know what happened after that. Please spare me. I've been trapped in the Lost Star River for a year. It's so miserable. Take pity on me. The python cried out miserably. Tears actually flowed out of its eyes, looking miserable. Then you have no value. Yuan Song, kill it. Lu Ming said indifferently. No, wait, right, I remember now. Hearing that Lu Ming wanted to kill it, the python almost shrank in fear and screamed sharply. Speak. Lu Ming said coldly. They might have gone to the core area. Those who enter the Lost Star River will never be able to get out and will eventually go to the core area. The python hurriedly shouted and explained. Chapter 35:13. The core land? Lu Ming and Yuan Song were curious. That's right. The core is the core of the Lost Galaxy. It's a planet. You should be able to see that in the Lost Galaxy, there's no divine aura at all. Only the planet at the core has divine aura. Therefore, all the creatures on the Lost Galaxy will eventually go to the core. The girl you're looking for may have gone to the core land too. The python quickly explained and trembled in fear, afraid that Yuan Song would kill him. Are you trying to lie to me? It's difficult to distinguish directions in the Lost Galaxy. How can other creatures find the core land? Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent. I'm not lying. If you sense it carefully, you'll definitely sense that all the energy in the Lost Galaxy is converging towards one place. Although it's extremely faint, you can still sense it if you sense it carefully. As long as you follow the direction of the energy flow, you'll be able to find the planet at the core. The python screamed in horror and quickly explained. Immediately, Lu Ming and Yuan Song sensed it carefully. Indeed, not long after, they vaguely sensed that the energy between heaven and earth was indeed flowing slowly and converging in one direction. However, the range was too small. If they didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't think that the energy was converging towards the core land. The flow of energy in space was very normal. You sensed it, right? I'm telling the truth. If you want to go to the core land, I can take you with me. The python cried. Alright, let's go together then. Lu Ming said. It was good to have an acquaintance by his side. Moreover, Lu Ming couldn't determine whether what the python said was true or false. Yuan Song immediately let go of the python. The python's body quickly shrank and turned into a skinny old man with a shifty-eyed look. My name is Python Fu. The python chuckled and introduced himself. Then, he led Lu Ming and the others in a certain direction. Along the way, Lu Ming carefully sensed that they were indeed following the direction of the energy flow. To Lu Ming's surprise, the direction of the energy flow was actually the same as the direction he sensed. In other words, the feeling also came from the planet at the core land. Just like that, they kept flying. However, their speed wasn't very fast as they couldn't use their full strength. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, they flew for another month. We're here. Python Fu revealed a look of excitement as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a huge planet suspended in the air. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming could still sense traces of divine aura emanating from it. Furthermore, that intense sensation had grown even stronger. Mid-autumn moon is here. Lu Ming revealed a hopeful expression. The three of them flew towards the planet. I'll bring you to a place. Go there and ask around. Perhaps you'll find some information. They landed on the planet and flew in a certain direction. Not long after, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared before their eyes. Giant mountains rose from the ground, with palaces built on top of them. These palaces were extremely magnificent, and there was a statue in front of each palace. These statues were all mystical dragons. Furthermore, that feeling seemed to come from this mountain range. Now, my primordial divine body has been transformed into the primordial divine dragon body. There's even a drop of primordial divine blood in my body that's related to the primordial divine dragon body. Could it be related to the divine dragon body? Lu Ming's mind kept turning. At this moment, the corners of Python Fu's mouth curled up into a sneer as he suddenly retreated. Stay here. Yuan Song noticed Python Fu's retreat. He roared and clawed at him. But at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in front of Python Fu. The saber slashed at Yuan Song's huge hand. There was an earth-shattering roar. The saber shook violently and retreated. Yuan Song's huge hand was also cut off by the saber. The next moment, a burly man appeared in front of Python Fu. He was holding a rusty saber. 7th level Divine Lord. Yuan Song's face turned solemn. Hee, there's a newcomer. This is going to be fun. Cold laughter sounded one after another. Figures appeared one after another in the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that there were more than a dozen people. Each of their aura was extremely powerful. They were at least 6th level Divine Lords. There were even quite a few who were probably above 6th level Divine Lords. Python Fu. Lu Ming stared at Python Fu with an ugly expression. Clearly, they had been tricked by Python Fu. I didn't lie to you. This is indeed the Core Lands planet. Hee. Python Fu sneered. The two of you, surrender yourselves. Be our slaves for 10 million years and we'll let you go. 10 million years? That's too little. At least 100 million years. The surrounding people laughed and stared at Lu Ming and company like cats staring at mice. Then, they closed in on Lu Ming. Battle Ancestor, leave quickly. I'll hold them back. Yuan Song roared. Then, his body changed rapidly. He displayed the primordial divine body and turned into a giant ape. At the same time, he displayed the phantom battle art and raised his combat strength to the extreme. Bang! Yuan Song suddenly attacked. Both fists blasted out consecutively, blasting toward the burly man wielding the battle blade. It's the primordial divine body. This guy is tough. Several exclamations sounded in succession. That burly man wielding the battle blade roared and also raised his aura to the extreme. The battle blade slashed out continuously. Immediately, more than a dozen blade lights appeared, slashing toward Yuan Song. More than a dozen violent rumbles sounded in succession. Force overflowed. Fist force and blade chi swept out in all directions. Following that, the blade lights vibrated. More than a dozen blade lights collapsed virtually at the same time. That burly man wielding the battle blade retreated repeatedly. Go! Yuan Song roared and rushed out of the encirclement together with Lu Ming. Want to leave? Stop right there for me. Don't think about leaving today. The others roared and chased after Lu Ming and company. Aura erupted. Lu Ming discovered in shock that there were at least 5 people whose cultivation reached 7th level Divine Lords. There were actually so many terrifying powerhouses in the Lost Galaxy. Go that way. Lu Ming roared. Leading Yuan Song, he rushed in the direction of the palace. The other party had too many experts. If they rushed outside, they definitely could not escape the other party's pursuit. He had a feeling that if they rushed toward the palace area, there might be a turning point. In an instant, they rushed into the mountains. At that moment, the people behind them suddenly stopped. They no longer dared to chase after them. They all revealed looks of fear. Not good. Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. The other party did not dare to pursue. Could it be that this place was dangerous? Otherwise, why would the other party not dare to chase inside? Chapter 35:14. How dare you disturb my cultivation? You're courting death. At this moment, a cold voice came from a palace beside Lu Ming and the rest. Then, a huge palm reached out from the palace and grabbed at Lu Ming and Yuan Kong. The palm covered the sky and was incomparably huge. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful aura that completely locked onto Lu Ming and the rest. Be careful, combat ancestor. Yuan Song roared and stepped forward. He used all his strength and threw out more than 100 punches in an instant. More than 100 fist seals finally converged into a single fist seal and bombarded the palm. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out as the palm violently trembled. In the end, with a bang, it exploded. However, the fist print that Yuan Song threw out also exploded at the same time. Yuan Song's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yuan Song, are you all right? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Yuan Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the palace with an extremely solemn expression. 8th level Divine Lord. After exchanging a blow, he discovered that the existence in the palace was actually an 8th level Divine Lord. So you've cultivated the primordial divine body. Your combat strength is not bad. Looks like I'll have to take action personally. A cold voice came from the palace. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ming only saw a phantom flash and a figure appeared outside the palace. It was a white-haired old man with a cold gaze. Senior, we're just passing by. We didn't mean to disturb you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. I don't care if you're passing by or not. If you disturb my cultivation, you'll die. The old man's eyes were cold and revealed a strong murderous intent. These guys are all twisted in their hearts. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt that the people here were extremely violent, unreasonable, and twisted in their hearts. They wanted to attack and kill at the slightest provocation. Lu Ming could understand. These people were famous powerhouses in the outside world. However, after entering the Lost Galaxy, they could not get out. They would be trapped here forever with no hope in sight. They could only wait for death here. Naturally, they would feel irritable and their hearts would be distorted. Swoosh. After the old man finished speaking, he threw out a palm and pressed down on Yuan Kong. The 8th follower roared and did his best to resist. However, even if Yuan Song cultivated the primordial divine body and had the augmentation of the ghost battle art, his battle prowess was so strong that ordinary existences of the same level wouldn't be a match for him. However, the other party was an 8th level divine lord. No matter how strong Yuan Song was, he still wasn't a match for him. After barely managing to withstand a few blows, he was severely injured. Little guy, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and let you linger on with your last breath. The old man then looked at Lu Ming. His other withered hand reached out to grab Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not allow himself to be captured. He would resist to the end. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming activated all of his strength. His primordial divine blood was also activated. His body rapidly expanded and turned into a huge divine dragon. His 9 claws stepped on the air, causing the void to tremble. What a powerful aura. A peak divine king actually has such a powerful aura. He's a divine dragon, a 9-clawed dragon. In this world, there's actually a 9-clawed dragon? No, it's not a 9-clawed dragon. It's the primordial divine body. This kid cultivated the primordial divine body. The people outside the mountain shouted in shock. In front of the palace, the old man was also shocked. Then, his eyes revealed a look of greed. Primordial divine dragon body. Ha ha ha, if I get this kid, I might be able to find a way out. The old man was ecstatic. His hand grabbed down even more firmly. Roar. Lu Ming roared and resisted frantically. But at this moment, there was a change. In front of the palace, there was a divine dragon statue. At this moment, the divine dragon statue suddenly moved. It let out a dragon roar and rushed into the sky. The dragon claws stepped on the air and slammed into the old man's large hand. Boom! There was a violent explosion. That hand was blocked. However, cracks appeared on the divine dragon statue. Lu Ming was stunned. He was a little confused. Why did the divine dragon statue move? It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the primordial divine blood in his body. The divine dragon statue here had a spirit. This kid can actually move the divine dragon statue. Ha ha ha, it might really be useful. The old man was shocked at first. Then, he was ecstatic. His aura erupted and he grabbed at Lu Ming again. Roar! The divine dragon statue continued to roar and pounced on the old man. There was another explosion. The old man's hand was blocked, but there were more cracks on the divine dragon statue. What should I do? If this goes on, I won't be able to block more than a few moves. Oh right, there are divine dragon statues in front of the other palaces. If I can mobilize them, I can definitely suppress this old man. Lu Ming's mind raced. He thought of the statues in front of the other palaces. There was a palace on every mountain in this mountain. In front of each palace, there was a divine dragon statue. There were dozens of palaces in total. Lu Ming was thinking of how to mobilize those divine dragon statues. Suddenly, boom! 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 Powerful auras erupted from those palaces one after another. These auras were incomparably terrifying. They soared into the sky like smoke signals. Following that, figures flashed. A figure actually rushed out from each palace. The aura of each figure was incomparably shocking. The weakest one was not weaker than the old man from before. All of them were existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. There were a total of more than 30 people. Lu Ming was stunned. Yuan Song was also stunned. They were too shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. There were actually so many powerhouses here. How was this possible? More than 30 existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. Even if all the powerhouses in the entire Taishu dynasty were added up, there would not be too many. Where did these people come from? Lu Ming dared to bet that these powerhouses were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was because a Divine Lord realm expert could only live for 10 stellar years at most. In other words, these people had entered the lost galaxy within these 10 stellar years. If so many powerhouses from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had entered within these 10 stellar years, it would have caused a huge commotion. Such powerhouses were all famous big shots. It was difficult not to cause a commotion when they went missing. Therefore, these people were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was very likely that they were from a more distant force. Then, Lu Ming and Yuan Song's hearts sank. So many powerhouses had appeared all of a sudden. How could they fight against them? The difference was too great. Primitive divine dragon body. What an amazing primitive divine dragon body. This kid, could it be that he has already condensed the primitive divine blood? The Lost Galaxy was a secret place of the Divine Dragon clan. With this kid, maybe we can get out. These people stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes lit up, revealing a fiery light. Chapter 35:15. I was the one who discovered this kid first. The old man who started yelled and stared at the others. So what if you discovered him? I want this kid. Another old woman said coldly. Her aura was oppressive and incomparably terrifying, even stronger than the old man from before. 9th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming revealed a look of shock. This old woman was definitely a 9th level Divine Lord existence. In the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had felt the aura of a 9th level Divine Lord powerhouse before. The two were similar. You want him? Why should you want him? I even said that I want him. A deep voice sounded. A burly man sneered, not afraid of the old woman at all. Obviously, he was also a figure of the same level. Lu Ming felt a headache. This time, it was really mysterious. He really walked into a dragon's den. What should I do now? Do I have to take out the purple copper coffin again? That's a way to perish together. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found the autumn moon yet. Oh right, the divine dragon statues, and that feeling came from these mountains. After coming here, the feeling of these mountains became stronger. It's as if there are divine dragons residing in these mountains. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart stirred. If he could mobilize all the divine dragon statues, he might be able to fight. Immediately, Lu Ming desperately urged the blood in his body, wanting to mobilize those statues, but there was no response. Could it be that the distance is too far? What should I do? Oh right, primordial divine dragon horn, give it a try. Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine dragon horn. With a thought, the primordial divine dragon horn appeared. At this time, the surrounding powerhouses were confronting each other. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. I think we should take down this kid together and study him. If we can find a way to get out, we can all go out together. Someone suggested. All right, let's do that. Then let's do it. These people reached a consensus and planned to take down Lu Ming first to study him together. As for whether Lu Ming agreed or not, they could not be bothered. Why would they care if a mere divine king agreed or not? Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming at the same time. Let's do it. Lu Ming grabbed the primordial divine dragon horn and blew into it. Woo woo woo. Following this, the sound of an ancient horn could be heard. It was as if it had traveled through endless time and space. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire area. Roar roar roar. In the next moment, a series of dragon roars echoed in the sky. The divine dragon statues in front of the palace roared toward the sky and moved. Dozens of divine dragon statues flew toward Lu Ming. What happened? Those experts were shocked and subconsciously stepped aside. Then, those mystical dragon statues all appeared around Lu Ming, protecting Lu Ming in the middle. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had not expected the immemorial divine dragon horn to have such an effect. It could even command the divine dragon statue. Could this be the true usage of the ancient divine dragon horn? It seemed like he had been blind in the past to use the primordial divine dragon horn as a weapon. It was a complete waste. The surrounding experts were stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes lit up. This kid can actually control the divine dragon statue. All the more we have to take him down for research. That's right. Perhaps we can really find a way out. Those experts whispered. Then, they made their move. The void trembled and exploded. Terrifying attacks pressed towards Lu Ming. Of course, they were pressing towards those divine dragon statues. They did not want to kill Lu Ming just like that. How would they research after killing Lu Ming? Roar roar roar. All the divine dragon statues roared. Their bodies emitted a resplendent radiance as they soared into the sky. Dragon claws tore through the air and clawed at those attacks. This space shook violently and a huge explosion occurred. It was completely annihilated. However, those surrounding experts, some of them were really strong. Their cultivation reached 9th level divine lord, their strength heaven-shocking. Some divine dragon statues could not withstand it at all. A series of cracks directly appeared on their bodies, then they exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen statues exploded. If this continued, these divine dragon statues would definitely not be able to block these experts. Continue. Lu Ming circulated his divine power crazily. Then, he blew the primordial divine dragon bugle. He felt that there was a force in every mountain peak. The reason why Lu Ming sensed it previously was because of this force in the mountain peak. If he could summon it, he could reverse the current situation. Woo 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 woo. The ancient bugle sounded, becoming more and more intense. Finally, it broke through the clouds. Those divine dragon statues roared and charged towards these experts like they had gone mad. At the same time, there was a strange change in the mountains and rivers. Every mountain and river suddenly emitted a resplendent radiance. Roar. Following that, a dragon's roar sounded, penetrating gold and cracking stone. The next moment, a divine dragon suddenly rushed out of the mountain peak closest to Lu Ming. This divine dragon was pitch black all over. There were 6 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was a 6-clawed divine dragon. At the scene, everyone was stunned. A six-clawed divine dragon actually appeared in the mountain peak. What was going on? They had stayed here for so many years and actually did not discover it. No, wait, this isn't a real divine dragon. It's not a body of flesh and blood, but a soul body. This is a dragon's soul. Someone cried out in surprise. That's right, this was indeed a dragon's soul. Lu Ming had long seen through it. He did not expect that inside this mountain peak, there was actually a dragon's soul that was summoned by his primordial divine dragon bugle. Roar! The dragon's soul let out a long roar, its gaze like lightning, emitting a vast dragon pressure. Then, it pounced over toward an old man. This old man was that old man who made a move against Lu Ming at the very beginning. An enormous dragon claw directly grabbed down toward this old man. The old man was startled and blasted a palm out with all his might. A terrifying palm print pressed over toward the dragon's soul. Bang! An intense rumble. That old man's body retreated explosively, his complexion turning pale. Si. At the scene, many people sucked in a cold breath. This old man was a genuine 8th-level divine lord. And this dragon's soul actually repelled the old man with one move. This kind of strength was also too terrifying. The crux was that this was just a dragon's soul. After a divine dragon died, the undying battle's soul left behind did not have intelligence. Furthermore, no idea how long had passed. Such a long time had passed, a dragon's soul actually still had such powerful combat strength. This was inconceivable. What kind of strength should this dragon's soul have when it was alive? It absolutely surpassed the divine lord realm. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for just a dragon's soul to be so strong. Many people's eyes revealed looks of astonishment. Legend has it that this place is a secret base of the Divine Dragon clan. There's a Divine Dragon branch residing here. Sure enough, it's right. Someone whispered, very shocked. Woo woo woo, the ancient bugle horn sound continued to sound out. Following that, astonishing dragon roars came from several more mountain peaks. Chapter 35:16. Several more mountain peaks emitted resplendent light. Dragon roars rang out, and then several huge black divine dragons charged out of the mountain peaks. These divine dragons were also dragon souls. They were pitch black and had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. They were all 6-clawed divine dragons. Several dragon souls appeared and directly pounced at Lu Ming. Not good. Quickly stop him. Attack. Some of the surrounding powerhouses roared. Their divine power soared to the sky, forming several terrifying attacks that pressed down on Lu Ming. But dragon roars rang out. Those divine dragon statues and the dragon soul that appeared first did their best to block these people's attacks. And the dragon souls that appeared later had already arrived. Their dragon claws were incomparably sharp. They directly tore through space and grabbed at those experts. Terrifying rumbles rang out. This region was constantly exploding, setting off destructive storms. However, this planet was very strange. The ground was incomparably hard, and the mountains and rivers were even more so. When the terrifying destructive force landed on the ground, although the ground and rocks were constantly exploding, the explosions only left small craters. It had to be known that those experts that appeared later were at least 8th-level divine lords. Just how terrifying was this battle? If it were outside, it would have long destroyed this planet. It could be seen that this region was very extraordinary. Woo woo woo, Lu Ming constantly blew the primordial divine dragon horn. To be honest, blowing the horn consumed a lot of divine power. The divine power stored in his star core had already been exhausted. But there was an endless stream of divine power coming out of the quantum character art, allowing Lu Ming's divine power to always be abundant. As the primordial divine dragon horn rang out, many mountain peaks were filled with radiance. Dragon roars rang out incessantly. Pitch-black dragon souls appeared one after another. Each of these dragon souls was a 6-clawed divine dragon. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. They were just dragon souls, but they could actually suppress 8th-level divine lords. Some dragon souls were even stronger and could actually suppress 9th-level divine lords. In just a moment, at least 20 dragon souls appeared. With so many souls unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks on those experts were actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Outside the mountains, the faces of Python Fu and the others were pale. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They were truly stunned by this scene. Lu Ming was actually able to summon a dragon soul. Fortunately, Lu Ming's target was not them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. "Brat, shut up, shut up!" an old woman roared. Her strength was very astonishing, being a 9th-level divine lord. She rushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to take down Lu Ming. However, a huge dragon claw reached out to grab her. The two of them exchanged blows, and the old woman retreated quickly. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail at her. Bang! The old woman screamed and retreated quickly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Roar, roar, roar! Dragon roars continued to resound from the remaining 10 or so mountain peaks. Then, dragon souls rushed out one after another. There were a total of 36 mountains, and each mountain had a dragon soul rushing out. 36 dragon souls and the remaining divine dragon statues were enough to completely crush those experts. Ah! With a scream, an 8th-level divine lord was forcefully torn apart by a dragon soul and died on the spot. The remaining people were afraid. They desperately charged, wanting to escape from this place. However, the dragon souls surrounded them, blocking this area. "Old bear, why aren't you making a move? We're all going to die." Suddenly, someone roared. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountains. The moment this aura appeared, heaven and earth became heavy and incomparably oppressive. Then, a loud roar came out. A huge bear appeared in the depths of the mountains. Yes, a huge bear that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black fur, like a mountain. Its speed was very fast. With a step, it appeared nearby. A huge bear paw slapped toward a dragon soul. Boom! That dragon soul was directly sent flying, crashing into a mountain. The mountain shook, and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming saw that the dragon soul's dragon claw shattered, as if it had disappeared into thin air. What terrifying strength! This is a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted in incomparable shock. This black bear was actually a quasi-emperor existence. Lu Ming had seen the battle between the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbaric Emperor. Both sides' auras were about the same, both earth-shattering. There was actually a quasi-emperor residing here. It was really terrifying. A quasi-emperor was much stronger than a 9th-level divine lord. You can actually summon dragon souls, interesting. The giant bear opened its mouth, its voice rumbling. It stepped forward, pressing toward Lu Ming. However, a few dragon souls pounced toward the giant bear. Although the dragon souls are strong, they're only equivalent to a divine lord. They're not my match. The giant bear shouted coldly. Its paws slapped out continuously. With each slap, a dragon soul was sent flying. No dragon soul could stop the giant bear. It kept approaching Lu Ming. Woo woo woo! Lu Ming blew continuously. Those dragon souls moved according to Lu Ming's will, gathering together and rushing toward the giant bear. With so many dragon souls attacking continuously, the power was also very astonishing. The giant bear was blocked for a moment too. What are you all still in a daze for? Attack together! The giant bear roared loudly at the others. The others were akin to waking up from a dream. Just now, when they saw the giant bear appear, they even thought that the giant bear could handle it alone. They were just about to take action and take down Lu Ming. But right at this time, a dragon roar suddenly came from this stretch of mountains and rivers. This dragon roar was exceptionally terrifying, shaking until the entire universe started trembling, completely suppressing the other dragon roars. Outside the mountains and rivers, Mang Fu, and the rest of the 6th-level Divine Lord existences' bodies trembled greatly like they were electrocuted, then spewed out a mouthful of blood. 6th-level Divine Lords were directly injured by a dragon roar. 7th-level Divine Lords were still a little better, but their complexions were also pale. Only 8th-level Divine Lords and 9th-level Divine Lords were unaffected. But their expressions also changed drastically, looking in the direction where the dragon roar came from one after another. That was because this dragon roar gave them a lot of pressure. Roar. That terrifying dragon roar continued to emit. The next instant, this stretch of mountains and rivers was shining. Following that, a dragon claw reached out from the mountains and rivers. This dragon claw was pitch black. The dragon scales on it were all clearly visible. But one could still tell that this was not a body of flesh and blood, but a dragon soul. When this dragon claw reached out, it directly clawed over toward the giant bear. The giant bear's expression changed drastically, its huge eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. With a roar, its body became even bigger. A pair of bear paws smacked out continuously, colliding together with the dragon claw. But the next instant, with two cracking sounds, the giant bear's bare paws directly broke apart. Chapter 35:17. The Quasi-Emperor Realm giant bear's palms were broken when it tried to block the dragon claw. It was bent 180 degrees and blood was gushing out of it. The giant bear's body was like a giant meteorite as it crashed to the ground. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere and a giant pit was formed on the ground. The giant bear coughed out blood. Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. They could not believe what they had just seen. The giant bear was an invincible Quasi-Emperor Realm existence. How could it be injured so easily? The opponent was only a dragon claw. What kind of existence was that? A divine emperor. It was definitely a real divine emperor. Otherwise, it would not be so strong. There was a dragon soul that had reached the divine emperor realm. It was terrifying. Boom! That dragon claw once again clawed at the giant bear. The attack was incomparably fierce. The giant bear roared and erupted with all its strength, pushing its strength to the limit. The giant bear was a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert. It was definitely strong in all aspects. Its divine origin force had already awakened 4 times and it had also mastered the secret technique of the origin force. However, it was useless. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek when the dragon claw clawed at it. All of its attacks and defenses collapsed and it crashed to the ground again. This time, half of its body exploded. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Roar! The dragon roared and the dragon claw continued to claw at the giant bear. Surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek. It was a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert. Even if it was trapped here, it did not want to die. Once a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert took the last step, he would be able to enter the Divine Emperor Realm. Perhaps he would be able to get out of here after entering the Divine Emperor Realm. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of the horn changed. The dragon claw stopped abruptly above the giant bear's head. Otherwise, the giant bear would have exploded. The giant bear heaved a sigh of relief. It almost peed in its pants. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the rest of the people. Those people's facial expression changed drastically. I am willing to surrender. I am also willing to surrender. The other experts also cried out one after another. What a joke. That dragon claw was too terrifying. There were other dragon souls as well. If they did not surrender, they would all die. Swear. Swear that you will surrender and not attack us. Lu Ming said coldly. The reason why he didn't continue to let the dragon soul kill these people was because he wanted to get information about Autumn Moon from these people. Secondly, the strength of these people was extremely shocking. If he could get out later, he would be able to borrow the strength of these people. The chances of him overturning Jing Yu's case would be much higher. That was why he spared the other party's life. I swear. I swear on my life essence that I will never attack you again. The giant bear was the first to cry out. I swear as well. Following that, the others also swore that they would never lay a hand on Lu Ming and the others. In the end, Lu Ming looked outside the mountains. Plop Python Fu's face turned pale and his body went soft. He actually knelt down and cried out, "Young master, please spare me." This lowly one had eyes but failed to see. "Young master, please spare me." Python Fu was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's miraculous abilities were far beyond his imagination. He had already been trapped in this place for over a star year. He didn't even know that the dragon statues here could move, and that each of these mountains could summon a dragon's soul that was shockingly strong. Now, in his eyes, Lu Ming was simply a primordial dragon that had come back to life. "This time, I'll spare your lives," Lu Ming said coldly. "Many thanks, young master." Python Fu was overjoyed and repeatedly kowtowed. The other 7th level and 6th level divine sovereigns also expressed their thanks. At this moment, with a thought, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. Once he put away the primordial divine dragon horn, the giant dragon claw also retracted. The other dragon souls also flew towards those mountains, rushed into those mountains, and disappeared. Whoosh! Only then did all the experts present let out a long sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with dread. "Young master, how should I address you?" A round-faced old man who looked rather amiable flew over and said with a smile. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied. "So it's young master Lu. This old man is Zhu Tai." Zhu Tai cupped his fists and continued, "May I know how young master Lu came to the Lost Star River? Are you also looking for the divine dragon race's treasure?" "The divine dragon race's treasure?" Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He then shook his head, saying, "No, I'm here to find someone." "Everyone, has anyone seen this girl before?" After saying that, Lu Ming took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The portrait was of the mid-autumn moon. "It's her." When Lu Ming opened the portrait, almost everyone was taken aback and exclaimed one after another. "You've all seen her before?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. Looking at these people's expressions, he knew that they had definitely seen the mid-autumn moon. "Yes, I've seen her before. Over 100 years ago, this girl came here." Everyone spoke. "Then where is she now?" Lu Ming asked joyfully. "She left. She left over 100 years ago." Everyone spoke. "What do you mean she left? Are you kidding me?" Lu Ming was shocked, then his face turned gloomy. Once one entered the Lost Star River, they couldn't leave. There were so many powerful existences here, but none of them left. How could the mid-autumn moon leave? "It's true, we're not lying to you." At this moment, the giant bear walked over. He recovered for a while, and the half of his body that was broken had recovered, but his aura was still weak. "That girl went to an ancient passage and left this place," the giant bear said. "If the ancient passage left this place, then why didn't you leave?" Lu Ming said coldly, still in disbelief. "Young Master Lu, what we said is true. If you want to explain, you can only start from the origin of the Lost Star River," the giant bear said. Lu Ming did not say anything and listened quietly. It is said that this Lost Star River is a base of the Divine Dragon Clan. It's a branch of the Divine Dragon Clan, the place where the six-clawed black dragon lived. However, later on, some top clans joined forces to attack the Divine Dragon Clan. The six-clawed black dragon clan went to the mother planet of the Divine Dragon Clan to rescue them. I believe young Master Lu already knows what happened after that. The Divine Dragon Clan was almost wiped out, and the six-clawed black dragon clan never returned. Even the powerful existences followed the tracks and killed all the six-clawed black dragons here. However, there are legends that the powerful existences didn't fancy the treasures of the six-clawed black dragon clan and left them behind. Therefore, many people crossed the endless Star River to come here to search for treasures, but ended up being trapped here. However, This place has an ancient passage in the starry sky, a teleportation formation that can lead to the outside world. However, it was sealed, and we couldn't open it no matter how hard we tried. Until more than 100 years ago, the girl you mentioned actually opened the teleportation formation and left this place. The giant bear explained in detail. Chapter 35:18. Since the teleportation platform has been activated, why didn't you leave? Lu Ming asked again. That's because the teleportation platform has been destroyed. The moment that girl teleported away, it self-destructed. Perhaps she used the wrong method to activate it. The giant bear sighed. Where is the teleportation platform? Bring me there. Lu Ming said. It's in the depths of this mountain. Please. The giant bear waved his hand, and everyone brought Lu Ming to the depths of the mountain. Sure enough, there was a huge formation platform here. It was really huge, with a radius of several thousand li. However, many places had exploded, and many people's runes had been destroyed. Lu Ming closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. After a while, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. It was Autumn Moon's aura. That's right, he sensed Autumn Moon's aura. There was no mistake. The giant bear was right. Autumn Moon must have been here. Even though more than 100 years had passed, there was still a remnant of Autumn Moon's aura. Although it was very faint, ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, Lu Ming was too familiar with Autumn Moon. Even if it was very faint, he could still sense it. Can this teleportation platform not be repaired? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It can't be repaired. At least with our level, it's hard to repair. The giant bear and the others shook their heads. Senior Bone Devil, do you have a way to repair it? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Devil. No. Bone Devil's answer was very simple. He then said, this teleportation platform is very ingenious. It's unique to the Divine Dragon Clan. Only the Divine Dragon Clan can teleport. Other people can't teleport at all. And that girl, Autumn Moon, received the inheritance of the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. She might have mastered some unique techniques and forcibly activated this teleportation platform. Although she was teleported out, the platform was also destroyed. It's hard to repair it. It can't be repaired? Lu Ming was disappointed. It wasn't easy for him to find this place and find the whereabouts of Autumn Moon. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon had already left. Everyone, do you know where this teleportation platform leads to? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It's hard to say. It might lead to a secret base of the Divine Dragon Clan. But most likely, it leads to the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The giant bear said. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? Lu Ming was puzzled. The mother planet of the dragon race is still around. Yes. The giant bear said, the primitive universe is boundless. Not all planets are the same. Some planets are very special. For example, some of the top races on the list of 10,000 primitive tribes all have their own home planets. Their home planets are not only huge, but also very special and difficult to destroy. Not to mention divine emperors, even divine emperors or stronger existences can't destroy them. I see. Lu Ming nodded. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? It seemed that he would have to make a trip there in the future. Of course, that was under the premise that he could get out. By the way, why did you attack me before? Lu Ming asked again. Because you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. The Lost Star River is a base of the Dragon Clan. Since you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, you might be able to find a way out. That's why we attacked you. Zhu Tai smiled awkwardly. However, we didn't expect you to be able to summon the dragon's soul here. Then, our chances of getting out will be greater. The dragon's soul here is an undying battle soul left behind by a six-clawed black dragon that fell countless years ago. It probably still has its instincts. If you can control the dragon's soul to lead the way, we might really be able to get out. the giant bear added. The others' eyes were already glowing. They came from different forces in the universe. They wanted to find the treasure of the six-clawed black dragon, but they didn't find it. Instead, they were trapped here. They really wanted to get out. Otherwise, they would die of old age here. Control the dragon's soul to lead the way. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He also didn't want to be trapped here. This was a good idea. All right. Next, I'll study how to make the dragon's soul lead the way. By the way, the Lost Star River, is it just you guys? Lu Ming asked. Not only that, there are some in other places, but there aren't many. After all, those who can cross the universe to come here are all people with high cultivation. Those with low cultivation don't dare to come here. The weakest among them is a fifth-layer divine monarch. Zhu Tai explained. Lu Ming nodded and said, all right, I'm going to study it. Don't disturb me. All right. We definitely won't disturb you. If anyone disturbs you, I'll slap them to death. The giant bear was overjoyed and almost bowed. Its eyes swept around, revealing a ferocious glint. The others naturally nodded repeatedly. How could they possibly disturb Lu Ming? Lu Ming immediately sat down at the peak of a mountain and took out some divine crystals to absorb. After a period of time, Lu Ming's condition recovered to his peak. Then, he summoned the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. After several breaths of time, the mountain below him began to shine. Then a dragon's soul flew out. Lu Ming tried to use the horn to control the dragon's soul. Unfortunately, he could only barely control the dragon's soul to attack or stop. This seemed to be the dragon's soul's instinct. As for controlling the dragon's soul to do other things, he couldn't do it. I can't do it. The horn has all kinds of different tones. I just haven't figured out how to use it. If I can figure it out, it should be possible. Lu Ming pondered. Then he changed the way he blew and continued to study it. In the distance, the giant bear, Zhu Tai, and the others were eagerly watching. Don't worry. Lu Ming's core secret art is very strange. A horn that can summon a divine dragon is something I've never heard of before. It's so mysterious. It should be possible to control. We just have to wait patiently. The giant bear comforted them. In truth, he was also incomparably anxious. In the following time, Lu Ming carefully studied how to use the ancient divine dragon horn. Since Autumn Moon had already left, he had to find a way to leave the Lost Star River and return to the Taishu dynasty. He had to deal with Jing Yu's matter as quickly as possible. Then he would go find Autumn Moon and Xianyanqing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been studying it for half a year. After half a year, he found that the ancient divine dragon horn was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. When blowing the horn, he needed to pour in divine energy. Depending on the amount of divine energy poured in, the horn's sound would also be different. Naturally, the control of the dragon's soul would also be different. After half a year of trial and error, Lu Ming finally succeeded in his research. He was able to control a dragon's soul and fly around with it. If I can bring all these dragon souls out, just how strong would I be? Lu Ming's heart was burning. Chapter 35:19. Lu Ming was really tempted. The combat power of these dragon souls was too strong, especially the most powerful dragon soul. It was highly likely to be at the Divine Emperor realm. If he could bring it out, he would be able to defeat the entire Taishu sacred court. However, Guemo immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Don't think too much. It's impossible to bring it out. It's already very good that the dragon souls could bring you to the border of the lost galaxy. The reason why they could survive is because this is the base of the six-clawed divine dragon. Once they leave the lost galaxy, they will soon dissipate and completely disappear in the universe. Guemo said. Lu Ming suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. Then let's go. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and stepped out. Yuan Song followed behind Lu Ming. Young Master Lu Ming, did you succeed in your research? Zhu Tai immediately came up to him with a face full of smiles. During this period of time, there were even more people outside the mountains. In total, there were more than 100 people. People from other places on this planet had gathered, waiting for the results of Lu Ming's research. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ming eagerly. "It's a success," Lu Ming said. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes lit up. Their eyes were shining brightly. If it's a success, they would be able to go out. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. They were really too excited. They had waited for so many years, and finally, they saw hope. However, Lu Ming sneered and said, "But, why should I bring you out?" Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at each other. Yes, why should Lu Ming bring them out? "Young Master Lu Ming, please, bring us out. If you have any requests, just say it," Zhu Tai said with a trembling body. "Yes, young Master Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it. We will definitely fulfill them. We will die 1,000 times." Everyone spoke one after another, wishing that they could dig out their hearts and show it to Lu Ming. "If you want me to bring you out, you have to promise me one thing," Lu Ming said. "Young Master Lu Ming, just say it." "Not bad, not bad," everyone said one after another. "I encountered some difficulties outside. Have you heard of the Taishu dynasty?" Following which, Lu Ming briefly explained what he was going to do in the Taishu sacred court. "You just have to promise me that you'll stay by my side for the time being. Once I'm done with the Taishu dynasty and overturn the verdict for Prince Jingyu, you can leave." "How about it?" Lu Ming said. Honestly speaking, this was a terrifying force. Because the weakest was a 5th-level divine lord. If he were to bring her out, she would definitely be able to turn the world upside down and become a powerful helper for him. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty is a quasi-emperor. It's only a sub-universe level power. "That's easy, I agree." "I agree as well." Immediately, everyone agreed. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty was only a quasi-emperor. Although this kind of power was also called a universe-level power, in fact, it could only be considered a sub-universe-level power. True universe-level powers all had godly emperors in charge. It wasn't difficult for sub-universe-level powers without godly emperors to do so. Moreover, they had been in the Lost Galaxy for so long, they didn't mind staying by Lu Ming's side for a while longer. Immediately, these people swore on their life origin that after leaving, they would stay by Lu Ming's side until they helped Lu Ming complete his mission in the Taishu dynasty. "Alright, let's go then." Lu Ming smiled, then condensed the immemorial divine dragon horn and blew it. Soon, a dragon soul flew out. Lu Ming didn't plan to summon a few dragon souls. One was enough. Moreover, a dragon soul was easier to control and could go further. Woo woo, the ancient horn sounded. Lu Ming stood on the dragon soul's head. The dragon soul let out a dragon roar and flew into the distance. The others followed behind the dragon soul. The dragon soul flew completely according to its instincts. It flew left and right, forward and backward, up and down without any pattern. If others were to look for it, they wouldn't be able to find it. Their speed wasn't fast. Just like this, they flew for over a month. Suddenly, the dragon soul stopped. "We're here." Lu Ming glanced around. He had a feeling that as long as they flew forward a bit more, they would arrive and be able to leave. "Everyone, if we continue flying forward, we should be able to leave," Lu Ming said. "Let me try." Someone couldn't hold back and excitedly said, then rushed out. Before they could fly out 100 miles, the space in front of them suddenly rippled like water. Then that person directly disappeared. Many people's eyes lit up. Disappearing meant that they had left. "Everyone, let's go." Lu Ming smiled, then stepped down from the dragon soul's head. Roar. The dragon soul let out a dragon roar, then turned around and flew back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Unfortunately, I can't bring them out." Lu Ming sighed. However, he was already very satisfied with being able to bring out Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming flew forward. He seemed to have passed through a thin film. In a flash, he discovered that he had already appeared in another universe in the starry sky. Looking back, he saw a huge galaxy in the distance, emitting starlight and slowly rotating. This was the Lost Galaxy. They had come out. Ha ha ha, I really came out, I really came out. The heavens didn't forsake me. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming was surrounded by Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. These people looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. They had been trapped for so many years. Now that they were out, it was hard not to be excited. After a while, everyone finally calmed down. Young Master Lu Ming, thank you. Everyone bowed and cupped their fists to Lu Ming. They were very grateful in their hearts. No need to thank me. We're just exchanging conditions. Let's go, follow me to my station. But first, conceal your aura. Don't expose your cultivation. Lu Ming said. For the time being, these people couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, some people would be on guard. This power could only be effective if it caught people off guard. Then, they went to the hidden dragon star of the heavenly chaos starfield. On the way, they encountered a group of barbarians. They wanted to stop them, but they were easily dealt with. After a while, Lu Ming and the others returned to the hidden dragon star. Yuan Huan and the others were naturally happy to see Lu Ming return. However, when Yuan Huan learned about the cultivation bases of the people Lu Ming had brought with him, he was dumbfounded. He was so agitated that he trembled. In his eyes, Lu Ming was a man of great fortune. Not only was he fine after entering the Lost Galaxy, but he had also brought out a group of terrifying experts. If this wasn't great fortune, then what was? However, when Yuan Huan regained his composure, he said something shocking. Chapter 35-20. Yuan Huan revealed a shocking piece of news. 3 months ago, the barbarian emperor had fallen. What? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The barbarian emperor had fallen. During the Great Void's sacred emperor's birthday banquet, the barbarian emperor had fought with the Great Void's sacred emperor. That kind of strength was earth-shattering. Lu Ming remembered it clearly. The barbarian emperor was a boundary emperor, but he was much younger than the Great Void's sacred emperor. How could he have fallen so suddenly? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. It was said that the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was assassinated by the Wu people. His head and heart were taken away. Yuan Huan said. An expert from the Wu people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. During the Taishu dynasty's birthday banquet, an expert from the Wu people had appeared and attacked them with soul power. His methods were strange and unpredictable. If Blue Merchant had not blocked it, many of them would have been in danger. The Wu people were a true universe-level force and a member of the primitive 10,000 tribe list. They were extremely powerful and far beyond the barbarian tribe. Nobody knew how the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was killed. Cooperating with such a terrifying race was like asking a tiger for its skin. If they were not careful, they would be devoured. Battle Ancestor, Tian had sent a message saying that the barbarian tribe was in chaos. A few princes were fighting for the throne. He wanted to secretly help one of the princes become the barbarian emperor. That way, he would be able to control more barbarian tribe forces for us to use. Yuan Huan said. That's a good idea. Send a message to Tian and tell him that I'll bring people to help him. Lu Ming said. After some time, Tian replied and said that there was no need. After all, the battle between the barbarian princes was very dangerous. It involved 8th level and 9th level divine lords, and even quasi-emperors. It was very dangerous. Tian is looking down on me. Lu Ming smiled. Obviously, Tian felt that the strongest person on Lu Ming's side was Yuan Huan. Even if he went, he wouldn't be of much help. Instead, it would put Lu Ming in danger. Tell Yi Tian that I have a way to help him. This time, I will definitely go. Lu Ming said. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he cooperated with Yi Tian, he could push a barbarian prince he could control to the throne of the barbarian emperor. In the future, he would be able to borrow the power of the barbarian tribe. He felt that the Taishu dynasty was no longer peaceful. As the Taishu Saint Emperor neared the end of his lifespan, the various forces of the Taishu dynasty began to stir. Once the Taishu Saint Emperor died, there would be chaos. And if he wanted to reverse the verdict for Jingyu, the more power he had, the better. In the end, Yi Tian gave in to Lu Ming and agreed to let Lu Ming go. Not long after, Yi Tian brought Lu Ming to the barbarian tribe's territory through secret means. This time, Lu Ming brought 30 experts over. All of them were brought out from the Lost Galaxy. Giant Bear, the Boundary Emperor, naturally had to follow. In addition, there were a total of 5 9th-level divine monarchs. Zhu Tai was one of them. The rest were 8th-level divine monarchs. This was a terrifying force. They were covered in black robes to prevent the barbarian tribe from recognizing that they weren't from the barbarian tribe. Lan Shu. As soon as he arrived at Yi Tian's battleship, Lu Ming saw Blue Merchant and was very excited. Blue Merchant also smiled. During this time, Blue Merchant had been staying with Yi Tian. Lu Ming, why did you insist on coming? This time, the barbarian princes will fight for the throne. There will be a terrifying battle. It will be very dangerous. Yi Tian sighed. This is a good opportunity for us to control the barbarian tribe. Of course, I have to help you. These are the helpers I brought. Lu Ming smiled and then pointed to Giant Bear and the others behind him. Only then did Lan Shang and Yi Tian take a closer look at Giant Bear and the others. With one look, their pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a horrified expression. Blue Merchant was a 9th-level divine monarch when he was at his peak. His strongest part was his soul. Now, his soul power was even stronger than when he was at his peak. As for Yi Tian, he was even stronger. He was the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu and his cultivation had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. Thus, the two of them had extremely powerful sensing abilities. As soon as they sensed, they found that the people brought by Lu Ming all had strong and vigorous auras. Their vitality was as exuberant as a volcano. Experts, all of them were experts. In an instant, they judged that these people were at least 8th-level divine monarchs. Especially Giant Bear. He stood there like a star that would explode at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Yi Tian involuntarily burst out with an aura that pressed towards Giant Bear. At the same time, Giant Bear instinctively burst out with an aura that collided with Yi Tian's aura. Boom! In the middle of the collision of the two auras, the space was directly torn apart, creating a dark space. However, both of them controlled their auras very well. The energy did not overflow. Both of them retracted their auras as soon as they appeared and did not cause a big shock. Boundary Emperor! Yi Tian exclaimed in shock. Blue Merchant was not much better. Lu Ming was not only accompanied by a large group of top experts, but also a Boundary Emperor. This was a Boundary Emperor, who was already at the peak of forces like the Barbarian Tribe, Taishu Dynasty, and Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. There were not many such figures in the entire Taishu Dynasty. Apart from some hidden foundations, there were only a few Boundary Emperors on the surface. A quasi-emperor could play a decisive role in a battle. They finally understood that Lu Ming had to come. He only came because he had the confidence to do so. Good, good. Lu Ming, with them joining us, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Yi Tian was overjoyed. Yi Tian, what's your plan? Also, what's the current situation of the barbarian tribe? Lu Ming asked. The barbarian tribe was different from the Taishu dynasty. The barbarian emperor was in his prime, so he did not appoint a crown prince. There was also no prince who could suppress everyone. Therefore, when the barbarian emperor suddenly fell, the competition among the princes was very intense. Among them, 3 princes were the most powerful. They were the eldest prince, the second prince, and the 5th prince. This was because these 3 princes each had the support of a boundary emperor. Tian explained. Then which prince should we support? Lu Ming asked. Not any of the 3 princes, because these 3 princes are all very ambitious and talented. If we push them to the throne, we won't be able to control it. We need to support the 8th prince. He is relatively weak and not very talented. He is easy to control. Tian said. Are you confident? Lu Ming asked. At first, I was not very confident. However, with your arrival, I am 100% confident. Tian laughed. Chapter 35:21. Including me, there are a total of 5 boundary emperors in the barbarian tribe. The 3 strongest princes have the support of a boundary emperor each. The remaining 2 will remain neutral for the time being. Tian continued. Which 2? Lu Ming asked. One is me and the other is the Lord of Sky Barbarian. Hence, the 3 princes are desperately trying to rope us in. As long as one of us is successfully roped in, the situation will be completely reversed. The 3 princes have sought me out more than 3 times, but I did not agree. Tian said. What should we do next? It's simple. The Lord of Sky Barbarian has been hesitating on which prince to support. As I have not expressed my opinion, he is not sure which prince he will support. This guy is very cautious. He will only choose if he has full confidence. What we need to do now is to find the Lord of Sky Barbarian and let him know our strength. He will then choose our side. As for me, I will deliberately join the eldest prince's side. Then, we will be able to determine the outcome. Tian said. All right, let's do that. Lu Ming nodded and exclaimed in his heart. Tian was indeed the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu. He was meticulous and his plan was flawless. After a while, they set off for the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. In the south of the barbarian tribe territory, a huge mountain was suspended in the starry sky. This mountain was incredibly huge, and it was not smaller than a planet. Countless berserkers lived on the mountain, and there were as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. This was the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. At the highest point of the mountain was an incredibly tall and sturdy middle-aged berserker. He was sitting cross-legged in training, and as he did so, banging sounds came from his body. Space itself was trembling like a drum, and it was an incredibly terrifying sight. Lord of Sky Barbarian, Void Annihilation Marshal wants to see you. At this time, a burly barbarian came to report. Tian came to see me. He probably wanted to find out which prince I supported. This guy is very smart. Let him in. The Lord of Sky Barbarian smiled. Soon, Tian flew in with Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others. However, Lu Ming only brought Giant Bear and 5 rank 9 Divine Lord experts. He did not bring the others. Tian, why did you come to my heavenly barbarian mountain instead of staying in the Void Extermination Stage army? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled casually. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Now that the Emperor of Berserkers has fallen, several princes are fighting for the position of the Emperor of Berserkers. It is impossible for us to remain completely neutral. We have to choose a prince to support. Tian went straight to the point. What you said makes sense. What about you? Which prince do you plan to support? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled. He asked about Tian's choice first. He was smart. I won't hide it either. I've already sided with the 8th prince and supported him to become the Emperor of Berserkers. Tian said. What? This time, the Sky Barbarian Lord was taken aback. He was furious. Dao Tian, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think you can trick me with a lie? He thought Tian was tricking him into choosing the 8th prince. He did not believe it at all. Not to mention the 8th prince's talent, there was almost no one who supported the 8th prince. If he chose the 8th prince, how could he compete with the other 3 princes? In the end, he would definitely lose. It was better to choose the other princes than the 8th prince. Hence, he thought Tian was lying. Are you looking at me like I'm lying? If you don't believe me, I can swear on my life origin. Tian said with a serious face. Looking at Tian's expression, the Sky Barbarian Lord could not help but believe him. However, he frowned. Why? I want to know why. Why did you choose the 8th prince? If you chose the other princes, wouldn't you be more confident? The Sky Barbarian Lord said. I don't like the other 3 princes. Alright, Sky Barbarian, I'm here to cooperate with you. Let's support the 8th prince to become the Emperor of Berserkers. How about that? Tian said. Support the 8th prince? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled faintly. Tian, why should I choose the 8th prince? You should also know that the other 3 princes have already looked for me many times. As for the 8th prince, he is alone and weak. Even if he has the support of the 2 of us, he still doesn't have full confidence in winning. If I support the other princes, I will have a better chance. What if we join in? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. You? What are you? The Sky Barbarian Lord sneered and looked at Lu Ming and the rest with disdain. Before this, he had not looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In his opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just Tian's subordinates. They were not qualified for him to look at. But at this moment, when he glanced over, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and his pupils shrank. Lu Ming was naturally ignored by him. The main reason was that the people behind Lu Ming were too shocking. The Sky Barbarian Lord could tell at a glance that there were 5 9th-level Divine Lords. The most shocking one was Zhu Xiong. He had a strong aura and was at the same level as the Sky Barbarian Lord. The disdain on his face disappeared. He quickly cupped his fists and said, Sorry for the disrespect. Now, we're qualified. Lu Ming continued. The Sky Barbarian Lord was displeased. He was talking to Zhu Xiong and the rest. How could Lu Ming, a supreme being, interrupt? Don't you understand that the juniors should not interrupt when the seniors are talking? The Sky Barbarian Lord looked at Lu Ming unhappily. Boom! As soon as the Sky Barbarian Lord finished speaking, Zhu Xiong took a step forward and a powerful aura fell on the Sky Barbarian Lord. He said coldly, His words are our words. His words are our words. Do you understand? What? This time, the Sky Barbarian Lord was even more shocked. It turned out that so many powerful figures were actually obeying Lu Ming's orders. 1 Boundary Emperor and 5 9th-level Divine Lords listened to Lu Ming. What was Lu Ming's background? It must be shocking. He knew that he had completely underestimated Lu Ming. The Sky Barbarian Lord thought quickly. How about it, Sky Barbarian? With our strength and yours, we have a 99% chance of winning if we support the 8th prince. Tian said with a smile. The Sky Barbarian Lord's eyes flickered as he pondered. After a while, he said, Okay, I agree to work with you to support the 8th prince. He finally made a decision. Tian and Lu Ming already had 2 boundary emperors. In addition to the 5 9th-level Divine Lords behind Lu Ming and Tian's Void Annihilation Army, their strength was shocking. Even if he chose another prince to join them, they might not win. After all, if he chose 1 prince, there were still 2 other princes and the 8th prince. The situation was extremely complicated and they had no chance of winning. However, if he chose the 8th prince, they would have a much higher chance of winning. Chapter 35-22. The Lord of Sky Barbarian agreed to support the 8th prince. Next, they discussed the details. Tian and Lu Ming took their leave. Tian, does the barbarian tribe really only have 5 boundary emperors? They should have some hidden power, right? Lu Ming asked Tian on the way. That's right, the barbarian tribe naturally has hidden power and a few hidden boundary emperors. Tian said. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, if the other princes get help from these people, won't we lose? No. Yi Tian laughed. The barbarian tribe was very different from the Taishu dynasty. The hidden experts of the barbarian tribe would not intervene in the fight between the princes. They only took orders from the barbarian emperor. They would only take action when the barbarian tribe was in danger. Therefore, even if the princes fought to the death, they would not intervene. They would only appear and serve the new barbarian emperor when one of the princes sat on the throne. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Soon after, they returned to the Void Destroyer army and went to meet the 8th prince. The 8th prince was pleasantly surprised to know that there were so many experts. A few days later, the 1st prince sent someone to invite Yi Tian to support the 1st prince. This time, Yi Tian agreed directly. Of course, he agreed on purpose. This was also part of their plan. Yi Tian deliberately sided with the 1st prince to deal with the other 2 princes and then the 1st prince. Everything was ready. They just had to wait for 2 months. 2 months was half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. According to the barbarian tribe's rules, a new barbarian emperor could be elected half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. At that time, most of the senior figures of the barbarian tribe would gather. Victory and defeat would be decided at that time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. That day was a major event for the barbarian tribe. Countless experts and senior figures gathered at the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. They knew that the new barbarian emperor was about to be born. Lu Ming, Yi Tian, the 8th prince, the Lord of Sky Barbarian, and the others also came to the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. In front of the barbarian race's holy capital, there was a huge square where countless barbarians were gathered. Lu Ming and the others sat in a corner and waited quietly, keeping a low profile. The 5th prince had arrived. Someone exclaimed softly. From the right, a large group of people stepped through the air, and a terrifying pressure surged over from that direction. An expert. They were all experts. There were too many experts in this group. The leader was a berserker who looked to be in his 30s. This person was the 5th prince of the berserker race. Following closely beside him was an old man. The aura that this old man emitted was exceptionally terrifying. Quasi-emperor. Lu Ming immediately determined that this old man was a quasi-emperor. 5th brother, what an imposing manner. Are you trying to show us who's boss? A sneer was heard as a group of people flew over from another direction. The auras of this group of people were equally terrifying. When they clashed with the auras of the 5th prince's group, intense explosions rang out in the sky. The 2nd prince. Someone whispered. All right, sit down. How can you be so hostile when you just arrived? A cold shout came from the north. There was also a group of people who stepped through the air. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. Everyone recognized that he was the 1st prince. Hee. The 2nd prince and the 5th prince both sneered and looked displeased. They were displeased that the 1st prince was reprimanding them. Brother, you haven't become the barbarian emperor yet. Don't talk to us in such a tone. The 2nd prince said unhappily and led his people to sit down in an area. The 5th prince also led his people to sit down. The 1st prince snorted coldly, and a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he led his people to the northern area and sat down. All right, almost everyone is here today. Now, let's start discussing the important matters. The 1st prince stood up and spoke first. The scene suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that the main event was about to begin. Father was ambushed by the Wu people and died. Now, the barbarian tribe is without a ruler. However, a country can't be without a ruler for a day. Now, half a year has passed. It's time to elect a new barbarian emperor. The 1st prince's voice echoed throughout the hall. Hee, then who do you think is more suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The 2nd prince asked with a cold smile. Since 2nd brother asked, I'll get straight to the point. Since ancient times, there has been an order of seniority. Father has died, so naturally, I, the eldest son, will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. The first prince said. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the first prince finished speaking, the second prince laughed disdainfully. Second brother, what are you laughing at? The first prince asked with a gloomy expression. What era is it now? Why is there still an order of seniority? In my opinion, the barbarian emperor's throne is very important. We must choose a prince with the highest talent, the strongest strength, and the best future. Only then will the barbarian tribe have a future and become more prosperous. The second prince said loudly. Among the princes, in terms of talent and cultivation, the second prince was indeed the best. He was slightly stronger than the first prince and the fifth prince. What a joke. The barbarian emperor is the ruler of the tribe. What's the use of having a slightly stronger cultivation? The first prince said. You're saying that you're very convincing? The second prince retorted. Of course. The first prince said confidently. Second brother, you don't have to disagree with me. I now announce that I will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. Who has any objections? I have objections. The second prince shouted as soon as the first prince finished speaking. How dare you? The first prince shouted coldly with a gloomy expression. Second brother, I'm the eldest. You're offending me. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of father. With that, the first prince waved his hand. Boom! A middle-aged barbarian stepped out from behind the first prince. A violent aura burst out from him, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. The middle-aged man was a quasi-emperor stage cultivator. The aura of a quasi-emperor covered the sky and pressed down on the second prince. However, another quasi-emperor stepped out from behind the second prince. A terrifying aura spread out. The two terrifying auras collided, causing heaven and earth to explode. Some of the weaker cultivators were so scared that their organs trembled and they were almost scared to death. A battle between quasi-emperors was too terrifying. Teach me a lesson on behalf of father? Do you have the right to do that? The second prince sneered. You don't know what's good for you. The first prince shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, the two quasi-emperors exchanged blows. They shot up into the sky, entered the starry sky, and exchanged blows. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. The starry sky in the distance trembled non-stop. A large number of stars were trembling. The barbarian tribe's holy capital was similar to the great illusionary saint capital. It was covered with a large array. At this moment, it was shining brightly. Chapter 35-23. Boom! 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 The two quasi-emperors fought fiercely, and it was hard to determine the winner. You have a quasi-emperor, so do I. You have the support of a 9th-level divine lord, so do I. What makes you the barbaric emperor? I should be the barbaric emperor. Now, let's fight it out. The second prince sneered and stepped out. He wanted to fight the first prince. Throughout this process, the fifth prince remained seated and did not utter a word. His eyes were filled with surprise. He really didn't expect that the first prince and the second prince would actually start fighting. This was great news for him. If the first prince and the second prince were both seriously injured, he would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. He would be a fool to speak at this time. The first prince and the second prince were confronting each other, and their subordinates were also confronting each other. There was no lack of 9th-level divine lords among them. However, they did not make a move. Instead, they watched the battle in the starry sky. Quasi-emperors were much stronger than ordinary 9th-level divine lords. Once the quasi-emperors were defeated, it would directly affect the balance of the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 moves. The battle was extremely intense. The two quasi-emperors also used their full strength. This was also related to their future. At this time, the first prince looked at Tian and secretly gave him a look. He dared to make a move because of Etion. Etion had already surrendered to him, but he did not expose himself. He wanted to determine the winner at the critical moment. And now was the critical moment. Seeing the first prince's look, Etion naturally understood. Then, with a swoosh, he soared into the sky and rushed into the battle between the two quasi-emperors. Etion's sudden attack was too unexpected. It was beyond the expectations of many, including the quasi-emperor who supported the second prince. He did not expect Etion to suddenly make a move. Of course, the quasi-emperor who supported the first prince naturally knew. At this moment, he used his strongest move to attack his opponent. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince shouted angrily. He could only block the attack, but Etion had already arrived. Boom! Etion threw a punch. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince could not block it and was directly hit in the chest. The full-power attack of a quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying. The quasi-emperor supporting the second prince screamed as his body was sent flying, crashing into a huge planet. That planet was directly pierced through before crashing into another planet. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest. His bones had been shattered. With just this move, the other party was already severely injured. The first prince's quasi-emperor seized the opportunity and chased after him, launching another thunderous attack. Puff! The second prince's quasi-emperor screamed miserably. Half of his body exploded and he almost died. Although he was not dead, his aura was weak and he no longer had the strength to fight. His head was grabbed by the quasi-emperor of the first prince, and his life was in his hands. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everything happened too quickly. From Etion's attack to the second prince's quasi-emperor being severely injured, it only took an instant. Don't kill him. The first prince's voice spread far and wide. That was a quasi-emperor. It would be a pity to kill him as long as he was severely injured. He was the one who wanted to become the barbarian emperor. If he killed all of them, he would have no subordinates he could use. What was the point of being the barbarian emperor then? Impossible, impossible. At that moment, the second prince came to his senses. His face was pale and he kept shaking his head, unable to accept what had happened. It was over. He knew that he was done for. The quasi-emperor had been defeated. He was finished. Moreover, Etion had also sided with the first prince. He was no longer qualified to fight back. Beside him, the fifth prince's face was also pale. How could this be? This scene was completely out of his expectations. Weren't Etion and the Lord of Sky barbarian neutral? Why did Etion suddenly side with the first prince? Initially, he was very happy to see the battle between the first prince and the second prince. He thought that he could reap the benefits without doing anything. He did not expect the second prince to be defeated in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the fifth prince was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have joined forces with the second prince. Swoosh! The first prince's quasi-emperor appeared in front of the fifth prince. Second brother, kill yourself. You have already lost. The first prince said coldly. If he lost, he would die. No, impossible. The second prince roared and looked at the fifth prince. Fifth brother, we might be able to defeat him if we join forces. Otherwise, we will die. You are courting death. Kill. The first prince shouted, not giving the fifth prince time to react. Boom. Boom. Etion and the first prince's quasi-emperor charged towards the second prince. The terrifying aura made the second prince's face turn pale and his body tremble. There were many experts beside the second prince. There were 9th and 8th level divine lords. However, at that moment, their eyes flickered. For a moment, no one stepped forward. They were not enough to face two quasi-emperors. While they were stunned, the second prince was already in Etion's hands. Let me go, big brother. Spare me. Spare me. The second prince was almost scared to death. He screamed crazily. Although his cultivation was not weak, he was not strong enough in front of Etion. To be honest, the barbarian emperor was not very old back then. Therefore, the barbarian tribe princes were much younger than the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Their cultivation was naturally not comparable to the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Not to mention Etion. I gave you a chance before. Unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. The first prince sneered. He took a step forward and charged towards the second prince like lightning. Then, a sword light flashed in his hand and slashed down. With a puff, the second prince was directly killed. The scene was silent. No one was too surprised by this scene. Almost everyone expected that there would be a bloody massacre today. It had always been like this. If you lost the fight for the throne, you would die. It did not matter if you were brothers. It was just that cruel. I'm willing to submit to the first prince. I'm also willing to support the first prince to become the barbarian emperor. The second prince's subordinates immediately surrendered when they saw that the second prince was dead. Great, ha! The first prince was overjoyed. After dealing with the second prince, the outcome was set. There was only the fifth prince left. He was not a threat. Fifth brother at that moment, the first prince looked at the fifth prince. Big brother. The fifth prince's face was pale. He could not speak clearly. Fifth brother, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you. Destroy your own cultivation. The first prince said lightly.